了，他们可能只能组织3、4波进攻。
这波火球预判了对方的这个克隆，
但是金一下
又来了。 这波大骷髅进场了，
进塔了，应该是进了，
又来了
2个！
我的天，这
还有多少血？哇！牢笼是扛伤害去了嘛？那这样子，海基米也不用着急呀，
就对牌就可以了。
是的，我不着急蹦啊，我优势这么大，哎，还是
蹦也可以啊。看一下对方这边很贪，想用飞龙来解。
如果要蹦的话，我个人真的不建议这条古龙扛到伤害再蹦。是的。 这样子的话，这条古龙要么是输出塔，要么是去输出这个青龙。
海基米这边滚筒没滚到女团，滚到了，小骷髅滚筒保一下，
选择自毒卖左路。这样子的话，火枪会不会？哎，
这波牢笼难道
要开始捅1拳、2拳、3拳、4拳？
这个皇家巨人来了，
只有21秒了，这一波看一下怎么防，顶在桥头，好像是有机会锁到塔的。
是的，这波海基炮
锁到吗？一下，
哎，
但是这个血量
第一线左边蹦迪了，还是双龙姐 X 波 Master 这里要选择下桥头。
怎么说？滚木要蹭，看一下谁更快。
是的，还要交火球，看一下血量
，1秒。
哇，看一下
X 波 Master 赢下了比赛，
赢下了比赛。 是的，这边推荐又过来了，哇！骑士又被火球砸一下，这边滚木预判了一手小骷髅，顺便把你骑士解掉阵。 这个这里震塔
震起来了，然后这边怎么说？看一下双方好像都有机会，非常刺激。滚一下，火球一砸，
这推荐能不能活下来？
再滚，再震
掉，两边都在过法术。
火球不够，
火球加滚木，
火球不够，
火球滚木是够的。
是的。
这里滚木滚
一下，哇！新机动也看出来，滚木看一下，谁快？
差一点点。
哇！哇，这个奶豆豆
预判皇家巨人，但是左边可能会顶皇家巨人了。
是的，哎，还是下中间，看一下这个勾的是谁？皇家巨人。
我觉得这边的话，明显可以下在左边啊 ，BOSS。是的。哇，这里龙有点多，而且怎么防？好多龙，哇，奶起来了。那这里1下2下，那么要恭喜 BOSS。
Maybe I should get back to battling. Oh, one more video couldn't hurt, right?
Subscribe. Subscribe.
Clash Royale.
Maybe I should get back to battling. Oh, one more video couldn't hurt, right?
Subscribe. Subscribe.
이제水球预判吗？
마법들도 있고요. 파이어볼만 돌아가면 네, 마무리됐습니다.
Still the baby dragons are alive, and that's the ground roller.
他这个套式就进来了。
好，拿到了3星。
恭喜 TDG 啊！
この回して KK 選手勝ち切りました。Be careful, but still Talon.
That tower was down so quickly.
再加一个滚末，斩杀了。
恭喜一下 WEGM。
2, and that's it. 3-0 Grand Finals. Bob is your Clash Royale League East champion. Nova Esports.
타이든간의 격기로 저의 탈론이었다.
PTG. となりました。
유소와 하브게이밍.
KL グラルアリーグイストこのワンサイズ長期赛バイシーズン頑張ります。今シーズンウイスト頑張ります。ファイティング。
And welcome everyone to CRL East Fall Season, Week 2, Day 2. My name is Simon. With me today, G-Clef.
Yes.
G-Clef, we had a quality day of Clash Royale yesterday. Expecting more of the same today.
I like quality. With speed. Yes.
What do you mean with speed?
With speed, 2 zeros all over the board.
It was a very quick day in comparison. It could have been even quicker if Nuri had finished his all-kill instead of Blizzard reverse all-killing.
Yes.
But it was straight 2-0, 3-0, done for 2 of the games. And then the middle game was 2-0, 3-2. We're done.
We had 2 perfect games.
Yeah.
I don't think we ever had 2 perfect games in one day and another 2-0. So it was a really rare day, I would say, and a lot of non-meta decks, I would say, compared to, I think we only saw like maximum 1-2 graveyard in 1v1, and a lot more hogs, a lot more of those traditional classic decks like the lava and off-meta decks, which was used like 2-3 months ago and years ago, and surprisingly, they came up with lots of those wins, and we're seeing these similar patterns happening in No Tilt and also the West. I think until we get to next month, the new balance change, I think we're just gonna have this crazy meta where basically you can use everything and go against that specific, just snipe against a specific opponent, and then come up with a win like that. And as long as you bring that win to your team, you're good to go.
Yeah, it is kind of weird how right at the start of this tournament it was graveyard, every game.
RG, graveyard RG. That was basically it.
Yeah, and now it seems that the meta has had a little bit more time to settle. Not everyone is going for that graveyard for those instant wins. As you can see on your screen, the schedule, August 15th to October 11th is the regular season. Then playoffs begin October 24th to November 1st. Best of 3 right now, 2v2, then King of the Hill, then 1v1. That's the format we're using right now. It is a double round robin. Everyone plays each other twice. So it's going to be a killer tournament right now.
Yes, and it's going to be the regular season, 9 weeks, and then playoff. And prize pool, we know it. A lot of money on the line for all the teams here. But playoff, as I mentioned before and again, only top 6 teams. We're not going to see 2 out of those 8 teams by the time we get to the playoff. And today we have Bot Gaming and TTG back in the match as our third match of the night. Before that, we have Nova Esports, Team Timing going first. Talon, Kicks team in our second match.
Yeah, Nova have really come to play this tournament. The special season, they didn't seem to gel. It just didn't seem to work out for them. This season, G-Cliff, they have been absolutely tearing up the opponents.
Their roster has changed, but it's a big boost. I would say they got their jet engine, and they are on a flying mission right now. Nova Esports, their 1v1 lineup is one of the most powerful you will see in the world, and against Team Timing. So this will be a good challenge, I think, for Team Timing to sort of calculate how they can use their active roster against a big roster team.
I mean, one of the things about Team Timing is their results are never really stellar, but they always make life incredibly difficult for their opponents. Even yesterday, they were beaten by Talon, but it was ridiculous. That King of the Hill reverse ult sweep by Blizzard was just out of this world. Nuri almost finished it on his own. Maybe it's time for Sado to get back in the groove of things and help Nuri out, because if they can play as well as we know they can play at the same time, Team Timing would be a really good team. But unfortunately, if Nuri is good, Sado seems to be in a bit of a slump. If Sado is good, Nuri seems to be in a bit of a slump. So Team Timing have to kind of time those players' peaks together.
Yeah, they can't be sitting at the opposite side of seesaw like that. They have to be on a balanced level, on a better level, I would say, rising up to the top along with your teammates. But this matchup, I would still, that's a favor for, I would say it's a favor for Nova. So slightly, Team Timing has been playing a lot better in the first week and yesterday. But it's going to be tough. If you look at 2v2, I think they have a chance. I think Team Timing certainly has a chance. But when we get to King of the Hill, that's where you really have to have a big headache going down to the active roster. And can you actually handle all these great players on the left? Even CRS yesterday
joined a very exclusive club.
Did not know how to lose.
He came in with, he joined the exclusive club of people who on their debut in CRL end up all killing a team. And it was done in, I don't want to say the most basic of fashions, but it was not flashy decks. It was standard decks. There was Hog Rider.
Yeah, Hog Rider decks.
And you're just like, that's how you know someone is real good, is they can take just a deck and just make it work without having to do the fancy stuff, without having to do, like, I don't know, King Tower activations with, I don't know, Mega Knight, Tornado, and something else. Like, it's just basic Clash Royale that is just solid play.
Yeah.
So
before we move on to 1v1 though, do want to point 2v2, as we did have a giant skeleton ban yesterday, which made 2v2 a lot more interesting compared to just the regular tornado bans. I hope those kind of bans show up. But
it's double NATO again.
Will there ever be a 2v2 this season with a NATO?
We have seen it happen.
With 2 snipes on some other cards.
Yeah, we have seen it happen in the past where, like, both teams kind of banned Tornado. And then when they were in the studio, they were looking at each other like, you guys didn't ban Tornado?
Like, wait, I thought you guys would ban
you were going to
Tornado.
ban it. Like, so yeah, double NATO ban. It is going to be Elsie up, and it was Little Chen.
Little Chen, yes.
And then Sado and Greed.
Yeah, you can tell them they're Sado and Greed just by the hair color. Sado's got that gray ash.
He does.
Yeah, look.
Sado hasn't been playing particularly well in 1v1, but his 2v2 has been all right. Him and Greed did beat Kitashin and Kensmeshi. They did lose yesterday to Lion and 1 crown. Let's see how they get on against Elsiop and Little Chen. It's 2v2, the first one of today. Team Timing, Greed and Sado in red at the top, and Nova, Elsiop, and Little Chen in blue at the bottom.
Certainly a lot of the teams has been putting down those balloons in 2v2. That's basically the win condition. Miners, if the team decides to use it, maybe a little bit, but no lava, not too many lavas along with the balloons. Just the balloon and a few lumberjacks to pair it up.
Also, the RG is always a good tool in 2v2. But this one is probably going to go down before it gets much of a hit, but that reset, that zap, is going to allow it to get at least one shot, possibly two. No, just the one this time.
Just one, and before lock into RG, Inferno did get initial damage onto the skeleton dragon. That's why it took such a long time.
Alright, this is why Giant Skeleton is so good in 2v2. It just clogs up that lane. But Fisherman pulling it out, that's gonna allow that Giant Skeleton probably to get through mostly unharmed from that death damage. Yep, good move there by Team Timing. Both teams still just feeling each other out.
And another defensive snowball there. Take one less damage from the skeleton dragon, but still got 2 shots off. Not bad for Nova. The real question is, what else do they have? It does seem like Giant Skeleton RG for both of the players for Nova, but they can still have like a balloon or even a clone, along with a freeze. That's been really common.
Don't start talking about clones, G-Clef. It's giving me a headache.
Hey, I just got a headache in my 2v2.
Alright, this RG is going to manage to get a little bit.
There
it is. It is clone from Team Timing. There's another clone, so it is the clone. It's a clone game.
Oh,
and
it's near the tower. Both of them. He dragged one of them out.
Was the second one in range? We'll find out as... Nope, just the one.
Yeah, I think it just got out from those skeletons. It was close, but as long as you connect one, I think you're still good. They also have mirror. They're holding on to one. Team Timing's...
Could they have changed the mirror today?
Oh, that's that. Beautiful.
Skeleton balloon. Skeleton barrel is going to manage to get there with the log, killing everything else. But I've got to say, Team Timing have the advantage coming into this last 15 seconds of regular time. But it's about whether they continue, whether they can do that 270 damage needed to take out that bottom left-hand tower.
If they have anything else, like the fireball poison, they would have used it already, right, to finish the game. So it's got to be those mirrors.
We'll see as another Royal Giant from Nova played at the bridge. Snowball to slow it down. Fireball in from Nova, cleaning that up. But RG goes down all too easily.
They can't take the death damage, so it has to drop that cage. Now the Brawler will take care of the skeletons. Not bad. And Team Timing.
Is that close enough?
I think that
just out of range, right?
That almost got in range. Oh, Here got a few shots off. Now Team Timing, they're trying to finish the game here.
Oh, the RG, the Fisherman is on the skeleton here.
And the death damage.
50 points left. There's Snowball, and that is it. Team Timing do take it. Wow. All right.
With Club Mirror. I mean, I wanted to give more energy into it, but please. How do you stop these guys?
Well, we saw just before today started, there was the highlight reel of it, and it doesn't even matter if you have Fireball and Log. They'll just continue to clone, mirror, everything, and you're like... the only thing I can think of is probably a poison, like a defensive poison would just shut it down instantly. But that's I don't know. It's incredible. Let's see if they pull it out in game 2. It would be very unwise for them to do it 2 times in a row. Right, G-Clef? Please tell me it's unwise to do it 2 times in a row.
They're not losing. I think it's okay to try twice.
G-Clef, come on, man. I don't know if I can watch another one of these. The cheese works. This could have all been over here. But that Heal Spirit and those skeletons managed to just hold that cloned giant skeleton away long enough, but when you have this big push coming in here.
Yeah, 2 death damage from the barrel, and then Snowball would use not the mirror, getting that Snowball, so it does 50. Getting that tower down, Team Timing. This can be hard if you cannot really get that push, because they are actually lacking in spell. The only damaging spell, technically, is actually a Snowball. So even if you bring it down to like 150, 200. You do need to get that final push. And when you're trying to do that, Nova can have a massive RG push. So Team Timing, I think they did a pretty good job defending first and then making sure you can win in their own conditions.
How much would a mirror, how much does a level 10 snowball do to tower?
I do not actually know. Like
55? 52, 54? It's around there. That's why it took the tower down. It was down to 50. A normal snowball would only take it to 2 HP.
Yeah, 48.
48.
Yeah.
So it was the mirrored version of snowball that managed to finish that out for Team Timing. Let's see if they can do it again. Do you think we're going to see the clone deck again, G-Clef?
Why not? Come on. I mean, I'm not going to make predictions today. Like yesterday, I got lucky. No cursing on any individual 1v1 players. Had that feeling. But today, I think Team Time, well, they pulled this out in game 1 last, in week 1. And then they folded. They folded the mirror clone and put it in their pockets. Never got him out again until today.
It's a deck they can only play on Sundays, G-Clef.
Sundays and only in game 1.
Only in game 1. Well, we'll see.
They gotta bring something else.
We'll see what they bring in game 2. LC up and Little Chen for Nova looking to take game 2 and take us to a game 3. Team Timing, Sado and Greed looking to take the first win away from Nova's 2v2.
That's right, too. Poison is... defensive poison works against clone. Arrow isn't too bad either.
Doesn't look right now as if Team Timing will be bringing it again.
Yeah, the Heal Spirit with the long...
Heal Spirit kind of shouts either Loon or Royal Giant, right?
Yeah, they're just going to...
Could be
Heal
Hogs.
Spirit
Royal Hogs?
kind of shouts for everything, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie, guys. It's everywhere. Even the old Hog Rider decks, seen it with lots of Heal Spirit going around.
I mean, Royal Hogs is where
Royal
it originated, I feel like. That's where we first started to see it, and then it just spread to absolutely everything. The RG is behind the Giant Skeleton for Nova. That's exactly where you needed to be. Poison is down, but the Goblin Cage is there. And that's going to get cleaned up with just one hit. Just about. One hit taken there. That's a card we haven't seen for quite some time.
Firecrack?
Yeah, we haven't seen the Firecracker. Oh, still too.
It hurts a lot. Don't see... Firecracker is really good. With the RG combination, we saw that deck a lot in 1v1 last season, but in 2v2, because of Firecracker, can activate the King Tower easily.
It does,
especially in 2v2, just by hitting onto the Princess Tower.
But I mean, the one thing is, if you are playing RG, the Firecracker is perfect because the RG will never really get in range of the Crown Tower, so the King Tower, I should say. So that's why we tend to see it in 2v2 with this deck specifically, with the RG Heal Spirit. Just so that it doesn't really matter with a Fisherman pulling in this RG here, making sure that everything gets caught up. Still, that's a lot of damage from that RG. Ooh. Thought it was going to get one more hit. 993 on that bottom right-hand tower, and Team Timing take a very commanding lead here.
Yeah, that Fireball from Team Timing getting a lot of those units. Crazy. Okay, they're going to give up on that right, but a massive push on the left. Double that cage, so next push can actually be a lot more powerful for Nova.
Yeah, but Team Timing do have that bottom right-hand tower down, and it looks as though Team Timing are going to be able to defend pretty handily on that left-hand side, and it looks like Nova might actually lose a game in 2v2.
10 seconds. I don't think that's enough, even with close to no defense. There's that cage. The game will be going to Team Timing this time. That's a 2-0, started with that clone strategy again.
Yes, Sado and Greed. Are a Team Timing going to be a perennial Team Sunday? That they can only win when it is a Sunday, when they play on Sunday evenings? Because that 2v2 was clean.
What if they don't have a match on Sunday next time?
Then that's unlucky for Team Timing.
Yeah, we just go around and go in order. Saturday, Sunday, that's it.
Do you think the Firecracker was in response to a possible second clone deck? Because thinking about it, Firecracker would do pretty well against all of that.
We did mention Firecracker last week, and because of the spread,
yeah,
will work pretty well. And also by the knockback, of course, was reduced, but still, it's still a good buying time tool, I would say, against like the slow units like the P.E.K.K.A. or the Giant Skeleton. It drags it away from the tower.
Look at that one big, massive punch there, nearly 300 damage. 1748 on that tower there. Goes down to 1673, and you're like, okay, Nova can come back from this. But that pull there ended up working against them a bit.
Yeah,
because it's just in range.
Yeah,
that gets so much more damage.
Fireball from Team Timing, getting the Brawler, and yeah, and the Fisherman. It was a pretty clutch timing, pulling them away, making sure the Brawler doesn't get to attack immediately. That was a really good timing, securing at least one more shot from the Royal Giant. Yeah, Team Timing, at least, and this has to be their plan. Winning that 2v2 against Nova is what they have to do, because now the challenge begins. It's King of the Hill. Who do you bring, and who are you gonna go up against?
I gotta say, is Little Chen cursed? He hasn't had the greatest run of results for what feels like forever. Like, Little Chen last season finished with 35% win rate. LC Up has played, obviously, 2v2 this season with AUK and won it. But we're looking unbeatable. Little Chen plays a game, and Nova take an L in the first set. Is Little Chen cursed?
No, and another thing that's really interesting for Nova, a lot of teams are playing two different duos, where Nova is actually switching a member in between the duo. So it creates a different types of combination.
So it's LC Up, AUK, Little Chen, and D-King. Yeah. So D-King and AUK won yesterday 2-0 against Kicks. AUK has beaten 2. He won with LC Up and D-King. The LC Up game was against Talon. And LC Up and Little Chen take the first loss in 2v2 for Nova against, 2 games, but...
Yeah, most of the time last week they just straight up used the RG back and forth. Yesterday a few balloons in and out. Still came up with the win. Yeah, first 2v2 drop. Let's see if Nova continued to just switch a single member out of the duo instead of like Ponos or a few other teams. Ponos or Kicks, who are actually having 2 different duos. I think that is actually the best type of strategy you can have within the league, just having this kind of a weekly format during the regular season. Maybe in the playoff you can try different things, but I think you have to really get it down to who's your best duo and which duo can you have as a backup when that normal duo does not really do well. Yeah, those two.
We're getting into King of the Hill. Are you expecting to see
AUK,
LC Up and AUK?
LC Up, AUK, CRS.
Bringing CRS back into it would be amazing. Look at that, King of the Hill player standings. CRS at the top 3-0. Hajime number 5, 3-1 as well. But look in the middle, 2-0 for LC Up. Michi's there. I mean, the newcomers in this league, CRS, Hajime, Mugi yesterday, they've made an absolute statement of intent of what they're going to do with this league. And that is tear it up.
We'll see. It was only day 2, week 2, and we still have like 7 more weeks to go.
It's over, G-Clef. It's over.
It's never over. We're going all the way to November, man. It's going to be a long season. That's D-King from Nova Esports.
And it is going to be Nuri from Team Timing. Nuri yesterday had a heartbreaking end of a clean sweep as he ran into Blizzard.
The first player yesterday, right? That's the reason why we had a reverse sweep, yes.
So Nuri came out first. He beat... Let me just quickly check my sheet because I can't remember yesterday. He beat Geralt. He beat Geralt. He beat Line. And then Blizzard reverse sweeped Team Timing. But Nuri right now is playing some fantastic Clash Royale. He is so tight on everything he does. It's a completely different person than what we saw last season. Last season he finished 38%, was 2-5 in King of the Hill. He's already beaten that record. It feels like. Actually, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, team timing
he's
needed.
5-3.
Yeah, team time needed. They need another ace player, maybe more.
Well, that ace player would normally be Sado, but he's just in a bit of a rut right now in terms of performances. But anyway, it is going to be D-King against Nuri. Game 1, set 2, King of the Hill. D-King hasn't played a 1v1 this season. Nuri played quite a few. As I said, 5 wins, 3 losses already this season, so he's already reversed last season's King of the Hill score.
And a hog. Surprisingly, not just the hog. We're seeing a lot more of those. Okay, D-King. This is just Ice Tornado. Ice Tornado Graveyard 3.5.
Most EQ too, and Nuri choosing to, since the tower's already activated,
he doesn't care.
He doesn't care, he just throws it in between the two. Goblin Cage is out. Nuri playing classic Hog Rider. He's going to bring the cannon. What do you think the building is going to be for Nuri? Do you think he's adapted? Do you think it's going to be the cannon? Do you think it's going to be the Inferno Bomb Tower?
I think Bomb Tower is a safe choice. As we've seen multiple times, there are lots of Royal Hogs too. Yep, low damage. Of course, with the help of the King Tower there. So D-King should be feeling okay. And Nuri, once that tornado is used as an offensive tool along with the Baby Dragon or the Ice Wizard, then Nuri can have his surprise Hog Rider timing right after. But the cage would be a second tool that D-King can use against the Hog Rider. With the King Tower activation, this game can be really tough for Nuri now.
Well, there is the graveyard from D-King. Offensive poison is down. What does he have to defend these skeletons? Nuri, nice Musketeer played at the back, did sit in the poison way too long though. Expect the tornado here, pulls into the King Tower. 1622.
Well, the King does have the crown on his head, so.
Crown towers are old towers, right?
Remember the King Tower? Remember it used to do less damage than the Princess?
Yeah.
Long time ago, I don't know why. But here we go, another graveyard, and it's gonna be chipping damage. Even the Baby Dragon got some damage on, along with those skeletons. So D-King certainly looking to be getting closer to that win.
Yeah, Nuri kind of letting it slip a little bit, but these EQs, with how fast he can cycle to it, I wouldn't be surprised if EQ ends up doing the most damage out of all the cards. It is going to be the Bomb Tower from Nuri, clogging up this lane. That's going to help take out everything else. There is a graveyard from D-King. Musketeer played out of the poison. The poison is here. The Knight is trying his hardest to do it. The log has to come down. It's getting down. 5-5-3 remaining.
That does have to push. Don't want the Hog Rider to be in front because there's a tornado. There's that EQ destroying the cage. Plus the Hog is pulled all the way back. So no actual damage other than the EQ there and the snowball. So Nuri trying to put that spell damage.
Nuri made a wall of Knights around his Hog Rider to stop it pulling into the middle. If that Goblin Cage had been in the middle, the Hog Rider still would have gone straight to the tower because just too many things there.
That's why Nuri's trying to have a race with the spell damage only. D-King's not going to let him. Connecting few skeletons, not too many.
Dragon.
And there's no poison on. Now that there it is with the Baby Dragon and the Ice Wiz helping out. I think that's game.
That's gonna be enough. D-King takes game 1 and Nuri falls.
He crumbles down. So we saw at least 3 or more of not the exact same, but similar types of Hog decks with EQ. And we do see some Hog Rider decks with the Fireball these days because EQ, because of how many Skeleton Dragons we have in the air, EQ has been sort of falling out in favor. And instead we have the Fireball, but in this case, it's different because we're going against Graveyard, specifically the Ice Graveyard with the Tornado 3.5. But yesterday, the matchups against those Hog Rider decks, it was never any type of Graveyard, I believe. That's the reason why Hog Rider decks were able to win a lot. But when there's a matchup like this, And yeah, you're gonna have a tough time once it gets to double elixir time.
So, hold on. 204 damage by the earthquakes. He played 12 of them, was it? 6. So he did about 1,200
If you played
damage.
12, the tower would
I know, that's what I was thinking.
Yes.
Okay.
So every chip damage snowball log, as Nuri was about to leak elixir anyhow.
That was a pretty late graveyard, but it ended up doing the business here. Even the Princess Tower taking out skeletons, it still manages to get an absolute ton of damage on the tower.
Yeah, because of log and everything else, Nuri can get the ground troops like the Brawler and the Ice Wizard. But the Baby Dragon survived for a pretty long time.
I mean, we have seen Dark Goblin kind of come back into the meta a bit because of the amount of graveyards that we see. Because Dark Goblin does a really good job of cleaning it up.
And it's a lot of archers instead of musketeers sometimes.
Yeah. So those kind of mix-ups, if you know your opponent's going to go graveyard, you can mix that up. But the musketeer in general is a better card. But yeah, D-King taking the W. Who do you think is going to be... Who would you put in the middle if you're Team Timmy? Would you throw in
Greed.
Haruki and Greed in the middle?
Haruki, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about Haruki's play. I watched last week's again. And I'm leaning towards Greed a little more. Maybe Sado can come out in the middle, but I would say Sado...
It is Sado. Okay.
I was about to say Sado very likely is going to be the last.
That's what it feels like. Sado, as we said yesterday, he is playing in a Korean tournament that happens before CRL starts in the day.
Just maybe 2 hours before?
Yeah, he gets his games in early.
Yes.
So yesterday, he performed amazingly. He ended up beating Jupiter King. He beat the guy who is like 4th in the tournament, I think, as well. Today, I think he went 0-2 in wins. He did not perform very well today, Sado. He's in a bit of a slump in CRL East. Is he going to be able to bring himself out that slump against Nova, who have looked incredibly dominant when it comes to Clash Royale so far this season?
We'll see. And Sado, who has been really popular as using a lot of 3 Musketeer deck, which is out there still with the Royal Logs, but not as common. And we know how common Royal Logs are being used by the Chinese players, but not with that much of a win rate actually.
Do you think Sado's going to bring that Mortar Graveyard deck?
Again?
I mean...
You already played it 4 times.
Yeah.
Just in our league and more in other online tournaments.
So, he's played it 4 times. He's won 1, lost 3 with the same deck. So, if he brings it again, questions have got to be asked about why he's not varying his deck pool this season.
I think he just wants to go with 1 and then look for a good matchup, depending on his opponent. Like if D-King was playing the same deck, I think Sado was still okay. But this time he does have the Skeleton Dragon, so it might just be the regular graveyard or with the Kill Spirit, RG can totally happen, or even the Royal Hogs. These combinations are just everywhere.
It's a very solid deck core with just the win condition changing between those 3 decks, it feels like anyway.
Do you think there needs to be a change? Oh, Sparky pops out.
Okay, so it is going to be Sparky Goblin Giant for Sado. This is what he beat Jupiter King with yesterday. Is he going to be able to beat D-King here? Taking a hell of a lot of damage from that Royal Giant. 1-1-3-1 remaining now, but D-King eats a huge Sparky shot to the face.
Big zap moment on the bottom right makes it not bad for Sado either, only about 300 apart. And D-King deleted that mini P.E.K.K.A pretty early with those dragons in the air. Yeah, Sado's not gonna bother. I think he cycled through another Mega Minion, so dropping on anything else was going to be waste of an elixir on the left.
This is looking very much like it's gonna go to a 2-crown game.
Or 3 crown.
Could be 3 crowns. Sado needs the 2 crown game, I believe.
Oh, with the lightning, the old combination, man.
That was a good lightning there, taking out the hunter. That would have absolutely wrecked that goblin giant. And just like that, Sado's back in this. Okay, RG played at the bridge for D-King and the Dark Prince, and that mini P.E.K.K.A. there to try and deal with it. Fireball comes in. 305 on that tower. That tower is going down very soon.
Yeah, 305. Yeah, you don't even need anything else. Another fish slap could have done it. 45, that's in fireball range. So Sado, he needs a massive push.
He does have the lightning, which is going to help get that damage down on the tower.
And it's going to help him remove that hunter. So D-King placing that fisherman away from the tower. So the lightning can't get everything.
The one issue he has there is that that pull ended up pulling the Goblin Giant away from the Hunter. So will the mini P.E.K.K.A. and the Dark Prince now get anything on the tower? It doesn't look like it will. I think that's going to be it. D-King fireball right into the tower, and Sado falls again.
D-King. 2 win for himself. 1 graveyard. Nice graveyard with second that regular combination RG. Sparky. Goblin Giant Sparky, it's never bad. And some with lightning, some with poison. I mean, some even with EQ. Combination is okay, I think. Sado had to give that left side up a little bit earlier. And then go with a somewhat with more speed, having like a Dark Prince pushing everything together, even the Sparky. I think that could have helped a little bit more. Making sure that the Fisherman can't really pull the Goblin Giant, I think that was going to be the key. Did not really happen because D-King was consistently pressuring the left side.
I mean, the one thing is the Fisherman did pull the Goblin Giant out of the Hunter's face, which allowed the Sparky to, I think, kill the Hunter in that moment. But look at the damage this RG does. It just keeps going and going, and yes, Sparky has to get, the Zap to take the skeleton out there. One big hit. That kind of brought it back even. That lightning was clutch. You cannot argue with that lightning whatsoever.
Yeah,
then from here, it just didn't go his way, did it? Sado was looking for big connections, looking for anything it could find.
Yeah, D-King is having a lot of tools. There's one cost tools like the skeletons, heal spirit, eating those Sparky shots. And it up as a win for himself. Yeah, heal spirit if you can't heal, but you can still take that Sparky shot. As long as it's not hitting that tower, he's okay.
All right,
2 wins.
2 wins, 2 different decks.
Oh boy.
One has been Graveyard, one was the RG.
Next is Royal Hog.
Are you going to put money down on that G-Cliff?
25 cents.
All right, cool, I'll take that. Okay. Sado this season has not been going well for him. Right now that makes him 1-4. So 1 win, 4 losses so far this season in 1v1.
Yeah, D-King, and on the other side, D-King always has been a solid 1v1 player.
Hell yeah.
Especially back in CRL China, when Elsiop, of course, was also a strong player, but when he was having a bad day or something, like D-King suddenly just kicked up, had like 2-3 wins in a row, and then secured the win for Nova. That always happened a year ago, 2 years ago for D-King.
I mean, it happened last season, D-King on TTG. Ended up going 7-5 in the regular season in King of the Hill, 3-1 in the playoffs. But in terms of 1v1, he ended up 0-2 in terms of sets. This TTG last season, his team went out of the tournament. But now we're going to see
Greed.
Greed in this last slot. Greed has not had the greatest of runs. We've often brought up his 8% win rate last season.
But this is his chance. If he wins 2 or more by himself and close the match out as the 3rd player of King of the Hill, he can erase everything that happened before.
Oh yeah.
Everything.
Everything that happened before. I mean, he is a quality 2v2 player. Can he bring this back and close the game out for team timing so they don't need to go to the 1v1? Or will Nova Esports take us to that set 3?
We'll have to see. And there are not many, but some clone decks out there for 1v1. The barrels, giant skeleton clone decks, cannon cart clone decks.
Please. If we see that in 1v1.
Some with flying machines, some without it.
If Greed can only play clone decks and that's the only way he can win, I will be very surprised. And Deking starting out with a mortar.
And just with the goblin Zori. Okay, barrel. Here we go.
This is
nice bar barrel there. Had a great timing read.
So some damage getting done from that skeleton barrel. Musketeer played in the center. That's going to shut down the Baby Dragon. Poison from Greed will help take that out.
Expecting a fireball and bar barrel from D-King if it's the regular motor skeleton barrel cycle. And Knight to just tank all the shots when needed. And Greed, it seems like what D-King has played in game 1 with the Cage 3.5 graveyard with Tornado.
See if there is a tornado as the skeleton barrel flies over the top of the Knight. It's not going to stop that. There is the Nado bringing everything into the center. That's going to activate King Tower. And Mortar gets one big shot into the tower.
Which is a big help, especially when you're trying to land all those skeleton damage from the barrel. Of course, you can still do mortar shots, which doesn't really matter with the King Tower activation, but you're relying on some big damage with that Knight locking up to the Princess Tower, plus those skeletons. But with that King Tower activated now, it's like 40% weaker already.
Skeleton barrel does come in. Is it going to go for the tower? It's not going to go for that cage. So this might get some damage in. Barrel does come clutch there for Greed, defending that nice and easy.
So after the double elixir timing, I think he does have a lot of tools like the spear goblins to take care of those graveyard skeletons. But if that poison hits the perfect spot, getting all those goblins, D-King might be in trouble.
Mortar got another big hit on that top right-hand tower just as it was going down. So the last mortar does get a hit on the tower. Greed decides to poison the Musketeer and the mortar here.
That's a good value there, getting that mortar and the tower damage, plus most of Musketeer's HP.
Graveyard now from Greed, the first graveyard of the match for him here. Tornado comes in, trying to pull everything to allow that Baby Dragon to splash on the tower, and splash it does. Greed getting some good damage in there, but look at that top left tower of Greed. It's taken an absolute beating. 1-2-1-5 remaining on that one.
Even with that King Tower activation, gotta take care of those goblins and the barrels. D-King eating some, but when it gets to triple elixir time later, it can be tougher. When the graveyard comes back and forth, along with that tornado poison.
No graveyard this time from Greed. Did load up on the Knight and the Baby Dragon, which is an expensive thing to load at the bridge when you're probably not going to get any damage done. Was there a need to spend those 2 cards?
I think he just wanted to soak a little. Maybe expected some more graveyard to happen from Greed's side.
Perhaps force an over expenditure, expecting the graveyard to come down like it has now.
The Musketeer goes to the left, and the Baby Dragon still pretty healthy, but at least there was no other poison from Greed, or else this could have been really dangerous on the bottom right.
So Greed still in this as we go down to the last 1 minute, 5 seconds of this game. Triple elixir looming over these players. Who's going to be able to capitalize on that extra elixir? We'll find out real soon. Triple elixir does begin. Bit of a bridge war going on here, but that mortar is going to go down before he can get a final shot on the tower. Greed needs to find a way that he can get another graveyard down while still defending, because he cannot afford to take any more damage.
The pressure on the left-hand side is way too big right now. Greed trying to get that down.
He is leaking a little bit of an elixir there.
And the motor connects one.
It's going to get at least another.
And the second shot with the fireball, that's going to be it. Game going for D-King. What a massive pressure. Which actually started with that Musketeer on the left, not grabbing the Baby Dragon.
I mean, D-King just all-killed team timing. And it didn't even feel like it was a different day for him. It felt so comfortable. It looked so natural. He just completely eliminated team timing in King of the Hill. And he's just like, yeah, all right, that wasn't too hard. Now, what's next? If CRS can do it, I can do it the day after.
Who else? LCOP, Little Chan, AUK. This team's, you gotta watch out for Nova Esports. You always had to, but this season, because they did not have a pretty good result in the special season earlier this year, you can look forward to them this fall. But for Greed, he had some amazing tornadoes with Baby Dragon combination.
And he got some really clutch timed graveyards in too. There was a little bit too much spent by his opponent, by D-King.
But D-King
decided to go in.
Yeah, but D-King knew what he could sacrifice, exactly how much he can lose and gain more.
And it worked out for him. He ended up taking the game with some clutch mortar connections coming in.
Yes, yeah. D-King basically saying, okay, use a tornado, put that elixir down so I can connect my motor anyhow.
If that Goblin Cage had popped half second or 1 second earlier, the motor would have locked onto the Brawler. But because it pops at the same time the motor was about to fire, it actually connects into the tower and gets that extra hit. Probably unintentional.
He needed something else. He needed to put that Ice Wizard first, but I think he just had the Baby Dragon in his hand and other spells only. And maybe it was just coming back into his hand as a cycle. We'll never know, but I think Greed was... Yeah, he was basically fighting for one less shot from the motor. His Barbarian Barrel was like the only tool that could directly go do damage. Well, Tornado does some damage, but it's...
It's minimal.
It's pretty low.
All right, G-Clef. This is the first time this season that Nova have been taken to a 1v1 situation. It's against Team Timing, who are currently 1-2, who now have a record for just making people's lives difficult when it comes to playing these matches. Who are they going to send out here? The money would be on Nuri, right?
Oh yeah, from Team Timing, yes.
From Nova Esports, they can send anyone.
Yes, because you do send the roster. You can send the roster right after the match, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, just I think as long as you send it before the match day, like 11:59 p.m. the day before, you're good to go. And you, as Team Timing, Nuri did play pretty well yesterday. So if you're feeling it, I think it's Nuri's time to shine in 1v1. And for Nova, I would say LCOP played. I think 1v1 is it might be too much pressure, you know.
These young kids, man. These young players,
he did have a 3-0, but
pressure.
It's different. KOH, it's like you have your backup. It's like you're with the team. You're with the team. You're with your crew. But 1v1, you're like alone. It feels it's a different feeling.
But we know how the younger players generally react to that pressure. Like we've talked about this before. The psychology of like the older players who are a lot more reserved and a lot more like hesitant to play for those risks. The younger players are like, nah, I'll just go for it.
And then AUK just steps in and says, guys, move over. Steps aside. I'm going in 1v1. You've seen my matches from No Tilt. I can do everything, you know.
That's a good point. He is still in No Tilt, isn't he?
Yeah,
actually,
like,
all the CRL East
pros
who are in CRL East, including
Benzer,
Boss.
Yeah.
Boss in the West.
Yeah, Boss qualified as one of the first.
Boss qualified 4th. Aurora 1st. Benza came 3rd.
AUK, yes.
AUK. Aurora, AUK. And then Line came in 2nd? Was it AUK Line, Benzer?
I think AUK, Benzer, Line. Or it doesn't matter. They all qualified.
So would you send out AUK
Paradox
here, or would you try to hold him back for a little bit and allow him to conceal more decks for his no-tilt run?
So we don't know who it was going to be for King of the Hill after D-King. If AUK or LCUp, if both were like in that active roster, then maybe having that person to continue to play in that 1v1. But if you're the last person in the King of the Hill, playing back-to-back game can be mentally tiring just a little bit, because I know a lot of the people are saying, you play the game all the time, it's the same 1v1, like playing 3 games, you can't be tired. But when you're super stressed thinking about the next move all the time, playing 3 games in a row, 4 games in a row can be challenging. So I think...
Challenging, G-Clash.
Challenging. So where I'm trying to go is...
The pressure could
could go. So if you're the last player of the King of the Hill on the roster, then I don't think you play that 1v1. And the person who was supposed to be as a second player for Nova for King of the Hill can get into that 1v1, and that's going to be AUK.
Big shouts.
Or
big
else,
shouts. I like it. I like
or
it.
else, yeah.
What about on team timing? So we do say Nuri.
Yes.
We think it should be Nuri, but there is still that big shout for Sado.
Or Haruki.
Because, I mean, everyone out there
knows?
knows Team Sado, right? They know that team timing was very much Sado's...
Yeah, no, I've seen a lot of Team Sado, especially for the Fantasy Royale fans. It's like, Team Sado. Sado's my boy. And just having Sado up there. But he actually did not get to win that many. Last week a few, but mostly it has been Nuri.
Yeah.
Come on, Siri. Did not call you, okay?
So, yeah, in his King of the Hill, Sado is 1-4. But look at that, 1v1 player standings. Nuri is 2-0. He did beat Jack. That's why you're probably going to put him in. Kicks Light, second 2-0 as well. Then you have Expo Master, 2-1. Higher, 1-2. And then 0% all the way down there. We haven't seen that many 1v1s, to be frank. We haven't seen that many.
Lots of 2v2s actually this season. All 2v2, I mean, what am I saying? 2-0, not 2v2.
More 2-0. It's going to be CRS.
What?
All right. They decide to go in, and it is going to be Nuri from Team Timing. So CRS and Nuri coming in, set 3, 1v1.
I love this. Okay, you've got your 3 wins. Let's see how you do in 1v1 too.
I mean, he earned it. Yesterday, he absolutely earned this chance to be playing 1v1. And Nuri absolutely deserves to be Team Timing's new ace. Sado isn't playing up to the standard that we know he can play.
Oh, LCUp on the stage.
Yeah, you can see
just having fun. It's like, yes, I was about to play that King of the Hill, but like CRS, you got it, man.
You can see the whole of Nova are like, okay, guys, like, when we bring they're all happy about this.
I know. Like, LCUp was never smiling like that. He's always...
Because now he's got AUK on his side again.
That's true.
Okay.
And CRS.
Will Nova's trust in CRS continue in this matchup? Or will Nuri close it out for Team Timing? We're at game 1 of set 3. And now 1v1 between Team Timing's Nuri in red and Nova CRS in blue at the bottom, and a mortar and a goblin cage straight out from these two.
Another mortar with the musketeer from Nuri does feel like what Sado has been popping a lot. Oh, okay, with just the mortar cycle as what we just had, similar to what we just had from D-King.
Yep. It is going to be that mortar deck with the skeleton barrel. The skeleton barrel does get taken out by the bar barrel. Just the death damage then coming in from there.
CRS just trying, he just tried to get the maximum out of that bar barrel, trying to get one more spear goblin.
So both players having a little bit of footsie here. Another mortar comes down. Just kind of trying to feel the matchup out, finding out what your opponent's bringing, what their current cycle is, how much elixir they probably have spent so far.
CRS graveyard, of course, is what we're expecting. 3.4.
So how does the mortar play against the graveyard, G-Cut?
Depends. Depends on a lot. But CRS, he has to really keep that Barbarian Barrel against the Scale Barrel, which is okay. And because he has the cage for the Musketeer, and it's not the Tornado version with the Ice Wizard, I think CRS can hold it up. It depends on Nuri if he changes up from the left to right. If he focuses on one only, or there can be some open space if he changes cycle to left and the right side all the time.
The one thing that Nuri does have going for him is that he does have a lot of decent cards to defend against the graveyard, right? He has the Goblin Gang, he has the Spear Goblins, the Musketeer, the Knight. But how is that going to play out over time? Because you can exhaust those options, you can force them out of cycle time and time again. How is Nuri going to be able to manage that graveyard after he plays the Goblin Gang, after he plays the Spear Goblins? What is he going to do?
We'll see. CRS has to be careful, and he can still, when there's some extra time, if he has extra elixirs, he can still have skeletons to draw a few more shots away from that mortar.
So far, it's kind of going in Nuri's favor, but only because of the death damage from those skeleton barrels. There is the first graveyard from Nuri. Goblin Gang does come down. Poison is there for CRS. That's gonna eliminate the Goblin Gang. The Musketeer and the Knight trying to do their best to clean it up, and they do pretty nicely though.
And not bad. Evens up to about 2,000 there, 32. And Bar Barrel against the Skeleton Barrel from Nuri. And the motor still being away, so that's not too bad.
Skeleton Barrel loaded up this time on the right-hand side. That comes in. Baby Dragon does connect onto the mortar. Quite a bit of damage getting done there. 1974 on the bottom right-hand tower.
And one of that mortar shot does connect the bottom left. That's big. And Musketeer surviving. Could have been dangerous, but the Baby Dragon all the way. And now the Skeletons finally reaching the tower. It has begun.
Yeah, Nuri kind of has broken the cycle ever so slightly here of CRS. Because now the poison, there was just not enough elixir there to put it down immediately. So the Goblin Gang ended up doing a good job of cleaning that up. Musketeer did not get a shot down on that bottom left-hand side.
Yeah, Nuri pushing the line just a little bit more. CRS reading that like a charm. Got that down easily. The final spell from Nuri is the Fireball. Take that Musketeer down. It's important.
CRS playing.
Oh, what's that? Yeah, the cage was a little bit, I think the motor locked onto the tower, but this got destroyed immediately.
CRS cycled back to that mortar incredibly, back to the poison incredibly quickly there. It feels like he only just used it on the offense against the mortar. But 1434, Nuri does have about 100 hit points lead as we go into the last 10 seconds. And this is where it's going to get crazy. Who can do the most damage in the shortest amount of time? A poison comes down. Nuri has to throw out a fireball at some point. Who is going to get it? Are the Skeletons going to get an extra hit or two? No, they are not. And Nuri ends up taking game one.
107 left on top right.
That was a close one.
That pressure left, right, switching it back and forth. What? CRS. It was amazing how well he actually defended. It was, except for one Skeleton Barrel, I think it was perfect defense, basically. Just the death damage.
There were a few, I think it was 2 or 3 times the Skeleton ended up getting 1 or 2 hits. But he just couldn't really get too much pressure down with his graveyards. The graveyards never really felt as impactful as we've seen, and that's because there was just so many answers for Nuri. Even when the Goblin Gang gets poisoned out, he still has the Knight, he still has the Musketeer, so there was still plenty left to defend it. And that's what made the difference here. I think there was just so many options for Nuri to defend, with the log as well, with the Spear Goblins there coming down. And one of them even not being in the poison and surviving as long as it did, just eating skeleton aggro. And that was the difference. There was just so many answers for Nuri to help defend against that graveyard.
Yeah, lots of those small tools. Spear Goblins still, you can just place it outside or near the King Tower. It's still going to be okay, and then when that poison's away, you just make sure your Musketeer is pretty far away towards the center, then the poison has to be off your Spear Goblins. So either one of those two will survive the poison. So Nuri had a lot of answers to respond against that graveyard, whereas CRS, he had to worry about the motor, so he had to put that cage down, and when that breaks into the brawler, it connects into the tower. So before that moment, he has to place a knight somewhere in the middle. I mean, this you have to think about 4 or 5 things at the same time.
Yeah, it was real difficult for CRS in that one.
So is this the match that Team Timing can just steal away from Nova Esports? I mean, Nuri, does he bring some kind of motor bait again, or the double bait? I mean, these bait decks, not just with the skeleton barrel, but with the goblin barrel too, has been gaining a lot of popularity, not just in East. Everywhere. All over the place, just within a week or so.
Yeah, everyone was saying like Mortar is basically a dead card, and that felt like about a month ago where everyone was like Mortar's a useless card. It's not around anymore. And then you see now Mortar coming back into the meta through CRL. Maybe not in ladder, maybe not in grand challenges, but right now in CRL, we're seeing quite a bit of Mortar play in general. And it seems to be relatively successful too.
It's been picked up already by a lot of players, just within a week and a half-ish. And it's been working a lot, especially against lots of those graveyard decks. It's a pretty good matchup, as long as you control those motor timings. Because once you are left, because of all the baby dragon or the skeleton dragon, which is what you're relying on with the graveyard, and anything else is okay with the building, but what you really have against the motor is just a knight, basically. If you are locked with the musketeer, you're actually getting an okay trade every time.
Alright, well, we will soon be getting into game 2 between Nova Esports CRS and Team Timing's Nuri. Nuri has a chance to give Nova Esports their first loss of this tournament. And before today, I don't think many people were expecting Team Timing to even go this far.
And here comes the wall breakers.
Started playing it yesterday, and he played it incredibly well. Nuri bringing the Dark Goblin, so he's bringing
double
barrel bait.
Yeah, double bait is what we feel. CRS wall breaker minor. Is it with the Mega Knight or is it not?
Musketeer played at the back. Still could be with MK. Fireball comes in.
Yeah, with the Knight. I think it's a cheaper cycle. Which Spencer was also playing in no tilt.
Having the bomb tower is really going to help against the wall breaker cycle from CRS. It can just sit there and eat them all day long. And with a cheap cycle, with the barrel, with the Dark Goblin, with the skeletons as well, you can always get back to them too. You can always get back to that bomb tower, and you'll be fine. Okay, double barrel going down the left-hand side. Doesn't look like the log's going to be played yet, and eating a lot of the Goblin barrel damage there. 1830 remain on that tower.
CRS trying to bait. You have to react pretty fast with those skeletons.
Yeah, that is incredibly difficult to get that down.
It's like those old mini P.E.K.K.A.s when there's a Hog Rider, immediately you just respond. And again, yeah, messing with that long timing.
But managing this time, CRS bringing that bomb tower, that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for those skeleton barrels to connect. Goblin barrels, I don't think are going to be too much affected by the bomb tower, but the skeleton barrels are going to find it very hard to connect. Dark Goblin does get one shot into the tower before it's pushed out of range by the skeletons there. Oh, what a log.
Yeah, this time better timing. Sort of made from Nuri, I would say, when that happens. But yeah, great log, great late log, but still the Dark Goblin can be a problem, so using that early poison, I like this choice. Not being forced out of that spell. Oh, damage.
One Goblin does manage to avoid that log and gets one more stab in there. Nuri has a pretty strong, it's only about 300, but I feel like it's a much stronger lead than we normally see. If he can start catching those miners, doesn't catch it there though. So it's going to eat the 2 wall breakers, and the miner's going to get quite a bit of damage as we go into that double elixir time.
CRS just managing every single type of defense that he can pull out against these barrels. Still the Dark Goblin. Okay, let's go down with the Musketeer, but CRS is having some negative trade because he has to defend perfectly away from the death damage of the Skeleton Barrel.
Well, I mean, CRS does have a very slight, very slender advantage right now.
And he couldn't really use that poison on the left because he wants to chip the right side down.
Miner not caught again, and this time 2 wall breakers are gonna get into that Tower of Nuri, and CRS now is in the driver's seat as we enter the last 1 minute and 15 seconds of this match.
Trying to get that Dark Goblin down with the skeletons. Log from Nuri and also CRS. Good read where it's going to be like a master there and a good trade. As long as the Dark Goblin doesn't get a single shot, you're good to go.
Okay, this time the miner is caught by the skeletons, so they are going to be poisoned away. So another hit comes in from that miner. 2 wall breakers. Are they going to be stopped this time? Bomb tower right at the bridge. Miner comes in again. This time it's not caught by the knight. Is that going to be it? The poison is there. A fireball has to push it back from Nuri. And that tower is incredibly low. Another miner coming in, and that is going to be it. CRS takes game 2 and is going to take us to game 3 of this 1v1 tournament.
That cycle from both sides, you just make one careless mistake, you're gonna lose like 1,000. And that basically can be a good game.
I mean, Miner got nerfed. Got nerfed again.
A big nerf, yeah.
And CRS still makes it work. Like, there are a few players now who are like kind of going back to the Miner after these nerfs and finding new uses. We've seen it as more of an assassin against Musketeers. Here, we saw it do what it used to do. Get in on the chip, take all the aggro, let your wall breakers come in, and it worked for CRS in this matchup.
Yeah, Miner still pairs up not as much, for sure, and we don't see it as much. But there are lots of balloon decks out there, and some wall breakers decks with the Miner, some even RG deck with Miner just to snipe onto Musketeers, or even if you're going against some double bait, there are some princess decks that you can just use the Miner to snipe on that princess. So those can be, so Miner in a different place, but I think still there's a pretty good place for the Miner where nothing else can really replace him.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Miner is just the mechanic of going anywhere on the field and popping out a body that can just distract units.
Yeah, it's a good helper.
Pop things out. Yeah, it's something that probably will never come again.
Yeah. If there's another card like Miner, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen to the game then.
Can you imagine Royal Delivery can be dropped anywhere on the field?
Come on.
That's basically what the Miner does.
Touchdown?
Right?
If he goes to touchdown, then it's going to be touchdown just like that. I mean, you can't have Hog Riders anymore for touchdown.
Who plays touchdown? It's 2020, G-Clef. Okay.
When there's a special mode, okay?
We're going into game 3. CRS versus Nuri. Nuri had the upper hand in game 1. He controlled the game incredibly well. CRS in game 2 got a big wall breaker connection and just managed to find the perfect spot for his Miner time and time again. What are we going to see in game 3 between these two players? The game that decides the whole match. Will Nova Esports continue their unbeaten record? They are currently 2-0. CRS can make it 3-0. Nuri stands in the way, and Team Timing are known as the gatekeepers of victory.
What deck do you bring in your final game? Your
Clone.
best, right?
You bring Clone.
So Nuri, Loon Miner. is my guess. Baits, they were okay. Double baits, still pretty good, but CRS is way too good. They're reading all that cycle with the spells.
His Hog Rider is just absolute filthy.
Trying it once again.
Tower is there. Logs being traded, rolling past each other in the middle of the night.
And the rest of the cards are spells of spell only. They forgot about the balance patch.
I was just thinking CRS's snowball then was so powerful it shook Nuri's camera. Okay, so both players figuring each other out. It looks like we're going to get pretty much a mirror matchup between these two.
Yeah, exactly. I think Nuri has brought about the same. Difference, I think, is the goblins, and that's about it.
There's the Hog Rider, so it is going to be Hog Cycle versus Hog Cycle. EQ comes down.
What is this, April 2020?
Oh, okay.
Well, EQ certainly was not nerfed.
It's one of the only 2 cards that didn't get nerfed on tower damage. 204 every time one of those drops. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's about as the old Fireball damage.
For 1 less elixir.
No air damage, though. There has to be a trade-off, you know.
All right, so the big difference so far between these 2 decks is Nuri choosing skeletons over the goblins.
That push from the knight allowed 1 hit directly into the tower. CRS not really happy about that.
Another EQ comes in. Hog Rider expects the EQ to come in. That's going to eat up that bomb tower a lot, but unfortunately the Hog Rider got into a very awkward position there where it was able to be hit by both towers for a long extended period of time. He kind of turned perpendicular to the tower instead of side on. And that's just a little bit unlucky for CRS.
And Nuri trying to pull that Hog Rider magic again.
Another Hog Rider coming down from CRS. The bomb tower is there in time. Hog Rider goes down with nothing done on the tower again.
Yeah, Nuri just trying to grab maximum value from that bomb tower. Keeping that knight away with the death damage too. Now takes time about 60 H difference exactly.
EQs come down from both.
With Knight Musketeer following.
All right, here is the Hog Rider from CRS. A very high bomb tower makes it so that EQ is not going to be able to get into that position. And will the Knight manage to push the Hog Rider? No, Nuri puts his hands in his head because he was expecting that push, but 1 shot does come through. 662 on that tower. Is Nuri going to be able to win the Hog Rider EQ mirror matchup? It's getting that way. It's looking that way.
About 500 damage. That's a big lead for Nuri, but 2 more hits from a Hog Rider from a single mistake can change everything. So Nuri just forcing out. Okay, he doesn't even want to use the Hogs anymore, just want to have the EQ and a perfect defense with more elixir.
Trying to do the math in my head real quick. I think
more than 2 earthquakes away.
2 earthquakes and a snowball might finish it. My math isn't quick enough to be able to do that. I think it'll just be shy, but with the log,
yes,
with the EQ.
With 1 more EQ, Nuri's going to take the match away from Nova Esports. CRS, what else can he do at the moment? There's nothing else.
This Hog Rider needs to be big. The EQ, it doesn't catch the bomb tower. That's not good news. The EQ comes down, the log is there, and Nuri sends CRS home and takes a win for team timing against Nova Esports, G-Clef.
Wow, unexpected results for a lot of the fans out there. And Nova Esports, this was a surprising decision, personally too, having CRS on that 1v1 spot.
I think
and a Hog Rider, he certainly deserved it after the result yesterday, but I'm more surprised of the fact that we had a Hog EQ matchup in August 2020.
we don't see it much anymore, and the one difference between, as we said, was the goblins over the skeletons.
Yes.
And would you say that came into effect, that 0.1 elixir difference, G-Clef?
It does over time, and not just that, as Nuri had 1 more forced forced hit from the Hog Rider from that Knight. Having it push away from that bomb tower, I think that really became the key point. As CRS had sort of a not really a late timing on that bomb tower, but did not expect that to happen.
And Nuri's Hog Rider was ever so slightly late there, because as I said, what he was aiming for was the double Knights to just push the Hog Rider more towards the side so that it goes into the tower, but it didn't happen. But Nuri ends up taking the victory. MVP, 2 wins, 2 losses overall. We will be back after a very short break where we return with Talon versus Kicks. And welcome back to CRL East. We just saw Nova Esports go down 2-1 to Team Timing. Nuri closing out the game against CRS. Sado and Greed taking the 2v2. And King of the Hill was an all-kill by Nova, but it was not enough to take the victory home.
So imagine if Team Timing had an extra person.
Imagine if Sado was playing as well as we know he could. That's basically what it's coming down to. I think when Sado gets back in the groove of things, because we have seen like dips in forms of players. We saw Little Chen and LC Up last season have a huge dip. Now they're back. LC Up at least, because we haven't seen Little Chen at all this season so far. We've seen that with Expo Master, the end of 2019. He was dipping when he was on OPGG. He had a big lull. Comes back strong. So Sado can come back. It's just when and if Nuri is still playing hot.
And especially because our season's very long. It starts in August, which we're in now, goes through September and October. So there's going to be 2 different balance patch. And I think it has to be somewhat big. Somewhat significant enough to actually change the meta, especially like the Heal Spirit, maybe the Hunter, maybe the Fisherman. I think at least one out of the 3 will get some type of balance patch because it's everywhere right now. And when that's changed and maybe not being used too many times, like the entire meta shift, and then depending on the player's style, it can fit a lot better for like Sado or Nuri or maybe a lot of other players in the teams. So the team has to go through that type of changes within the season. I think that's big, and the good players will always adapt to it, of course.
They do. They do. All right, talking about good players, we're on to the next match. It's going to be Talon versus Kix. What are you thinking, G-Clef?
Oh, Kix, they got to fight back. Yesterday, man.
It was rough.
Whoa. No one expected that to happen for Kix. And Talon, though. Well, they had really good King of the Hill. Like Blizzard just dragging all the teammates. Like all the teammates were lying down, and Blizzard just grabbed them and says, "Let's go. I'm just gonna drag you guys."
He was the battle healer. He was the battle healer. He
come on,
brought it back for his team.
He was the e-golem.
He was the e-golem for his team. You take that bad word out of your mouth. I don't want to see that.
What are you looking for? Some kind of.
I'm missing my sheet for Talon. Okay. All right. Well,
it's okay. I think Kix. Yeah, I
have Kix.
You got Kix.
I got Kix.
Kix fanboy.
Look, man. I know what I like. I like Kix. All right.
Right.
It's a team that I've just grown to love.
But one question that we had after Kix match, just remember we were saying, where is Ice Law? Like, why is he not playing 1v1? Or was he supposed to play set 3 and we never got a chance to see him?
Yeah, he has been
out in 2v2
missing
once.
Yeah.
And never since, I believe.
I think, yeah, he's only played in the 2v2.
It was Light, Yuya.
But that was the day where Yuya and Light basically solved the King of the Hill. So he might have been back in the end of that King of the Hill and maybe the 1v1. But he has been strangely absent. Benzer we can excuse. Benzer is no-till. Maybe they're trying to just hold him off, maybe just keep him fresh for that, because it is still a significant prize pool. It's still, it means a lot to the player. And sometimes you got to look after the player to get the best out for your team.
Really? I think the opposite. Like, if you're playing that many more tournaments, if you're playing at that near highest level, when you have not just the practice line, as it's not the same, of course. It's not the same of just staying home, practicing, and being on stage, having that competitive match. When you have that sense of feeling, when like everything's working for you, what you think, what you expect that actually happens in games. So if you're playing that many competitive, play more competitive games. That's what I think. I think the opposite.
I mean, it could go either way.
Put out Benzer just everywhere. That's what I thought Kix was going to do.
But we haven't really seen Benzer play much of a role. He played King of the Hill where he lost to CRS yesterday, where CRS all-killed Kix, and that felt like a kick in the teeth. But Kix are still only 1-on-1. So it's not over yet. The season isn't finished. We have a very long way to go
It's only week 2, guys.
It's only week 2. These two teams have only played 2 games so far. It is going to be Talon against Kicks.
I'd say Talon still is a big matchup for Talon, as they do want to grab another, but Kicks gotta use all the roster. I think a lot of the teams who are having 5 or more, as a coach, you would be having a tough time working on your roster. Who do you put out in what order?
I mean, Blizzard for Talon has definitely earned the right to be the first player out, because he saved them yesterday against Team Timing when it was looking real bad for them. Lion and Gerald both went out real early against Nuri. Nuri was looking on the precipice of an all-kill for himself. And then, as we mentioned, Blizzard basically went, nope, none of that business here, and reversed all-kill. But we're in the 2v2, and it is going to be Lion and One Crown. They are currently 1-1. They lost to AUK and LCOP. That was week 1. And then yesterday we saw them against Team Timing beat Sado and Greed 2-1. Gonna be an interesting game for them, and it is gonna be Light and Icelaw again for Kicks. So bringing back this 2v2 pairing. It's gonna be interesting because we know that Icelaw is just...
Icelaw.
Yeah, we finally get to see him again.
Uh-huh.
But Icelaw is one of these players that always wants to win. He has an absolute thirst for getting the W's.
There's a golden chair.
And I mean,
Light.
Light is a very young player. He's kind of, I don't want to say inexperienced, because he has been sitting top of the ladder for goodness knows how.
Uh-huh.
But he is, when it comes to professional play like this,
woo! Guys. Tornado.
I'll finish what I was going to say.
Okay, and then... Okay, go.
All right. Light is a very young player, but Icelaw has been around, what, 3-4 seasons now in terms of professional CRL? Was it 1 or 2 seasons he played at Sandbox? It was 1, right?
I want to say 1.
Yeah, it was 1. It was 1.
Yes.
1. So he played 1 season there. He's played 1 season in East. Now it's his 2nd season. He is more of a veteran player, and he is the kind of player who can help Light develop. Anyway, let's talk about the bans. Freeze, Giant, Skeleton are out of the way. Tornado sneaks through for the first time this season.
So, yeah, looking at the bans, I think they both expected the Tornado to be banned from the other side. But Freeze is gone, but now that Tornado is allowed, it doesn't really matter as much. And same for Giant Skeleton, as now Tornado is allowed.
Maybe we'll see Balloon.
We see less of Balloon when Tornado is allowed. So going straight with wall breakers.
One big connection there, straight out the gate for Kicks, but that's a pretty big thing to deal with, coming straight down. And the Inferno Tower actually connects to the Mega Minion first before the Lava Hound, clearing that out the way. And look where that Lava Hound is. It's in the middle of no man's land right now.
Yeah, that Inferno Tower is gonna grab all the pups. No big deal there, as still we do need a lot of elixirs to pull through. So minor combination, the bats and the wall breakers. Kicks looking for that small chip damage and possibly a lot when that minor connects to the tower. And similar story, lava pups plus the minor combination for Talon.
And with the Executioner as well, that is a beautiful adjustment for Kicks. Knowing that the Tornado is alive, they bring the Magic Archer, they bring the Executioner, because they are 2 of the cards that just pair perfectly with Tornado. I'm really liking what we see. It feels like Kicks definitely made an adjustment knowing Tornado wouldn't be back. It's like, okay, we've been practicing this. If Tornado doesn't get through, this is what we're playing. Whereas One Crown and Lion, they're just bringing a Lava Hound deck that we've seen 100 times over.
Yeah, and also works against a lot of RG combination that we saw too many times in 2v2. So you can glue that RG into anything that comes behind it. Magic Archer, the same. You can also do the damage directly to the tower.
Tornado to activate. That's going to hurt a little bit for Kicks here because they kind of need to keep everything alive at that tower.
They need all types of damage. Every single tens and hundreds to be soaked into the Princess Tower is what they need, but with that tower activation, the miner's going to be significantly weaker. So I think they really need to rely a lot more on the Magic Archer damage now.
That P.E.K.K.A. was actually going towards the cage until those guards got placed.
Oh, the tower!
That's a big hit. It was going towards the cage until the guards got placed. It reset the aggro. It moves towards the tower, and Kicks take a big lead with just one P.E.K.K.A. smack on a tower. Kicks, unfortunately, not able to catch the miner there, and that's quite a bit, but with the poison ticking down the pubs, ticking down the Mega Minion. Oh, with a Fly Machine, it's connected. Fly Machine deals so much damage there.
I thought it was enough with the poison and a few more. There are too many things in the air. The game's not over yet. But those two miners, I think there was no damage. Guards perfectly placed.
Trying to get that Magic Archer to get that connection with the Tornado. Unfortunately, didn't work out this time. No catch on the miner again, but the Fisherman is there to slow it down. There's a lot to tank the pups.
Poison sticking down to the fuse. Last bit of spell damage. Can Kicks pull it off with the wall breakers? They are going straight in!
Oh! How does that happen? Did you see Talon there? They look at each other. They're like, wait, I thought you had it. Didn't you have it?
What a moment. I thought Talon had it like 98% with just the spell damage.
And those two wall breakers just casually walk in slowed in poison, right? Or was it
their
Kicks'
own poison?
It was Kicks' poison.
Red side poison.
What on earth? They were slowed. They had no business getting to that tower. No business at all, G-Clef.
I mean, when you have to rush, you just gotta go.
They weren't rushing, they were walking. They were casually taking a stroll towards the tower. That was a pretty good impression, G-Clef. I'm kind of proud of that. That was good.
Thumbs up.
Really good. Okay, the Flying Machine did get a massive, massive connection for Talon. But here, look at this. That P.E.K.K.A. changes position because of the guards, and that ended up costing them a huge chunk of damage. One Dart Prince, one P.E.K.K.A. hit down to 1,000, and that started kind of a race for Talon, and they knew they had to start going as quick as possible to try and get it done. Look at this Flying Machine here. This Flying Machine, 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit, 4 hit, almost 5, 6, 6, 1. And look, damage starts ticking in. 297, you know it's one poison more away. You know it's a bit of damage, but look at this. The wall breakers come in. They are snowballed up. The miner is there. The heal spirit just gets deleted, and they casually take a stroll into the tower, G-Clef. A casual stroll. They decided to take the scenic route, and they end up still connecting. You gotta say luck is on Kicks' side there, because that had no right connecting.
And Talon, I think they had another poison on the top left, and there was another, I think Log was about to come for them, or another
They were about
snowball.
to finish it.
Yes, it was down to like few ticks of a spell damage too.
Do you think that, so they saw that maybe they probably saw they needed the log on the top left. They were like, okay, we could log these wall breakers, but we needed to finish, and we want to finish it now. Do you think that was the decision that ended up costing Talon that game? Because it felt like Talon threw it away more than Kicks taking it.
Yes, because the HP difference between the lowest two was actually like about 400, maybe more than that. So just psychologically, you just think that, okay, throw a few spells, we can finish it. Like, they're not going to get that damage in. But both wall breakers connecting, I don't think Talon imagined that was going to happen in just the next 3 seconds.
I'll tell you who didn't imagine it. Us. I was not expecting those wall breakers to connect at all. And that decision, I guess, to hold the log, if it wasn't cycled. If they had the elixir.
They threw both miners, and the one of them got grabbed by the fisherman, and within that time, wall breakers just dove straight into tower.
Well, that was game 1. Game 2 is soon upon us as Lion and 1 crown for Talon go against Light and Ice Law for Kicks. No Tornado ban in this 2v2. Freeze and Giant Skeleton have been banned, which seems to have opened up a lot more decks that can possibly be used, because now that Tornado's in, anything is possible. Except freezing Giant Skeleton because they're bad.
You think it makes 2v2 better or the other way? With Tornado allowed?
I feel when there's a double Tornado ban, it makes it too predictable.
Because it happens all the time?
Yeah.
And it's similar decks all over the board?
Yeah. But when you have Tornado, there's those slight changes like Kicks bringing the Magic Archer and the Executioner with the Tornado. That switch up was pretty good.
And then when we have Tornado allowed, we're going to see that all the time, and then we say the other way?
That's possible.
Maybe.
Alright, so both teams kind of just playing around. Miner coming straight out for Talon. Are they going to be bringing their own Miner wall breakers? Are they going to be going Miner Loon? With Tornado in the pool, you kind of want to think that Balloon wouldn't be the choice.
That plus the freeze ban. I think Balloon has a lower percentage because of the ban plus the Tornado. That Tornado is allowed in this 2v2. Let's see. Talon seems to be focusing about the same with that Miner.
It's going to be Graveyard for Kicks. Poison comes down defensively from Talon. That's going to shut that down quite a bit, but that P.E.K.K.A. is under the Inferno Dragon's Beam of Death. And unfortunately, it is shut down for Kicks. Like it was getting a bit close, a bit too close for comfort. With the Inferno Dragon. Oh, nice activation there with the Ewiz.
That Electron, man. Bad Electron.
You don't see it often. You don't see that Tornado activation very often, but when you do...
You try that in 1v1 too.
It works, but it's just... You're like, why? Why should I do it? Okay, Lava Hound it is for Talon. They're going Lava Hound again. What are Light bringing? So it is... Light and Ice Lord are bringing at least one graveyard. Are they going double graveyards?
Let's see. And so far, haven't really seen too many spells. Only Fireball Log now. With the graveyard, expect another poison to be out there from Kicks.
And he does come down. The Fisherman on the tower. But that's nothing really major. The pups are going to get shut down pretty quickly here. A decent amount of damage, but there is a lot to tank here. There's a baby dragon, there's a Dark Prince, there's another baby dragon, and that princess on the Princess Tower is connecting to the front. Guards doing a good job of protecting that tower. Not much damage got done there for Kicks.
Cage to hold that Miner. Again, the guards all together. It's poison actually from Talon this time. Grabbing a lot of those units. Ice Wind's gone. Baby dragon takes some damage, and the P.E.K.K.A. not going to reach the tower with that speed anytime.
It does eat a lot of damage, but the Flying Machine comes in. The Fireball doesn't catch the Flying Machine. So they have to throw the Ewiz down, using the Fisherman here as like the big body to try and stop it. The Ewiz slowly resetting that, but the Miner is getting damage in. 8:20 remaining. It's not looking good right now for Kicks. One Crown and Line definitely have a strong advantage going into the last 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Kicks, they need a massive, a big time with that Tornado.
This needs to hit, but I think the poison should be their guards just easily handling that graveyard. Fireball does eat the Flying Machine here. Heal Spirit heals back up that P.E.K.K.A. but P.E.K.K.A. is pulled into the middle with the slow on the Fisherman.
The lightning plus that poison, and the Miner is locked onto the tower. Final few damage. Hit, and that's gone. Talon?
Game 2 going to them. It felt like Game 1 should have gone to Line and One Crown. Right? Game 1 feels like it should have gone to them, but it went to Kicks. They snuck in at the last minute, took it from the jaws of defeat, right? This time, Line and One Crown, they look super solid in that 2v2 role.
And Kicks this time, yeah, because of, do not get to check out the last card. but there was no poison used at all in game 2. Only Fireball, Log, and a few more. And Talon, in response to against the Graveyard and against the P.E.K.K.A. at the same time, the guards, one trick tool that handled both.
Yeah, and that activation ends up being key in a Graveyard matchup. That's why we generally don't see much in the way of Graveyard unless it's with Freeze. Because if that tower gets activated, you're in real trouble.
Yeah, there are lots of pro tips out there that tells you how to activate the King Tower, not just in 2v2, 1v1. And most of the time using Tornado.
Fisherman can be used now in certain
Oh
circumstances.
yes. And some knockbacks from like a Snowball or Fireball too.
Yeah, some of them always make my head hurt looking at them. But anyway, here that lightning was enough just to open the way. And even with the E-Wiz, there was just nothing that Kicks really could do there. And Lion and One Crown, I don't want to say dominate, but they controlled that game from beginning to end. They had it, it seemed all too easy.
Yeah, it seemed like a pretty solid tool because guards, you're already winning the elixir trade. If the guards survive the Graveyard, then you take close to no damage onto Princess Tower. And then they march against the P.E.K.K.A. Defends against the P.E.K.K.A. too. Then what else are you really looking for? I think Kicks, they really had to think about maybe even using a Tornado against those guards and gather it up for the Baby Dragon to take care of the shields and the skeletons.
But then
so
usually,
anything else can happen.
But usually there was a lot around the bridge to stop the Baby Dragon from getting onto the tower, to get those guards. So the Tornado might not have worked that way, but we'll see real soon.
Oh, and also they had to keep that Tornado against the pups in a defense.
Exactly.
So that was also another thing that they had to keep instead of going in offensive Tornado.
All right, so what are we thinking here as we go into game 3? A Talon gonna bring Lava Miner again, or will Kicks have an answer to the pressure that Talon have been able to put on throughout this set? Because even game 1 felt very much like a Talon loss more than a Kicks win.
Yes. Kicks literally stole that win from Talon. Those wall breakers, you can try that again. Or we've been seeing some Sparky practices.
Sparky
on 2v2. Not many, but there has been some.
Sounds cheeky, G-Cliff.
Because of how many giant skeletons out there, even after killing that giant skeleton, Sparky is so slow that it doesn't even get to that death damage.
All right, it is going to be Kicks Light and Kicks Ice Law in red against Talon's One Crown and Talon's Lion in blue at the bottom. It is one game apiece in this set. So whoever wins this takes the first set.
Again, Lava.
Yeah, leads us into King of the Hill. It's going to be Dark Prince and P.E.K.K.A. again for Light and Ice Law. They seem to be very much liking the combo.
Yeah, maybe they changed a few spells only.
There's the Inferno. So it might be the Wall Breaker that we saw in game 1.
Oh yeah, you're right. Can totally happen. That Dark Prince, grabbing all those guards.
Tornado.
That's the moment you say, I thought you were going to use the log only. I thought we need the Tornado. It's okay. It's still an early game.
Having a field day on that tower. You'd think if it was Wall Breakers they'd have played them by now. Maybe expecting that. There we go. It is the Wall Breakers.
Yeah, I think they wanted to sneak in after a building card.
But now both of them are going to eat it anyway. Because the Fisherman was not quite there strong enough to finish the cage before succumbing to his injuries from the Princess Tower.
Big P.E.K.K.A. in front. Kicks pulling it through and all these distractions. And then maybe sneaking in the wall breaker. Let's see how they want to handle this.
The Miner, defensive Miner coming from Talon. They're trying everything to defend this. as there is an Executioner there as well, dealing with the Lava Hound. But he's not looking the right way to catch the Inferno.
No tornado. Still just okay with the Executioner, takes no damage.
Miner gets a couple more hits in, and the wall breaker's going down the left-hand side. There is Elixir to defend. There we go.
Cage just face blocks it.
Remember, fisherman versus fisherman. Whichever fisherman is on the field first is the one that pulls the other. Tornado in there, and a tornado to pull everything to the side. The Executioner does go down. Mega Minion and Baby Dragon on that tower, and that Baby Dragon belching its way to 798 damage. And Talon take a very commanding lead in this 2v2.
Massive lead. Even the Miner, I mean, Miner's not gone, guys. Still does significant damage if left alone. So Kicks using that plus trade in away, trying to catch the wall breakers, but not going to reach the tower at all. P.E.K.K.A gets dragged by the Fisherman, doing its work.
And again, getting shut down. No damage done to the tower. Kicks are just struggling in all ways, and 342 ticking away with that poison, with that log. The Lava Hound is there, and it's healed up, and that is that. Talon take game 3. They controlled game 1 for the longest time, but they did end up letting slip a couple of wall breakers. Game 2, they controlled. Game 3, they controlled. Line and One Crown in that 2v2 slot today looked strong. They looked solid.
We don't really see P.E.K.K.A too much in 2v2, but in this deck to open up for wall breakers, I think Kicks really wanted to have that single target damage, as we saw a lot more combination of wall breakers, not just in 1v1, also in 2v2, paired up with Dark Prince plus the Mega Knight instead to win that bridge war, plus having that big body in front, eliminating a lot, because P.E.K.K.A takes too long of a time when you're talking like goblins, skeletons, guards.
It's also single target, so maybe they were expecting RGs into this final game. They weren't expecting Talon to go for the same deck 3 times in a row. But P.E.K.K.A choice, yeah, you're right. P.E.K.K.A in 2v2 doesn't really, it doesn't allow you to control the bridge. Yeah, whereas Mega Knight will, because the into the arena ability it has just deals so much damage to anything on the ground.
Yeah, I know there are a lot of lots of fisherman cards, so that can be powerful when it's drag and you just slash fisherman. But at the same time, it's not 1v1, 2v2. There can be more distraction cards, unless you have like a perfect spell, like arrows at perfect clutch moment that leads P.E.K.K.A into the tower, or open up the path for the wall breakers, which never happened in that game. And Kicks not really having, again, not having like a big range spell, big radius spell like poison or arrow. I think that could have been a big powerful tool for game 3. Bringing the same deck, I was expecting them to at least change few spells in and out, and then make it a lot more customized against Talon, so they can just win it with a similar strategy. But I think it was the same exact deck, right?
Yes.
It would same exact spells. Game 2 and 3.
Kicks are struggling in 2v2. They're currently 0-3 in 2v2. Benzer and JTV did end up losing yesterday to Nova. And then Isler and Light, they did lose to WEDGM, and they just lost to Talon. So 2v2 is proving to be a prickly point for Kicks. But they do come clutch, or they have come clutch in that King of the Hill slot against WEDGM. Didn't happen against Nova. Whereas Talon, they're 2v2. They're currently 2-1 overall. They lost to Nova Esports. They did beat Team Timing, and they beat Kicks today in 2v2. But, and this is a big but, their King of the Hill generally has been a bit shaky. Now that Blizzard's in though, and Blizzard looks like he is in form, I think Talon are a very good side. If that makes sense. I can see you struggling to process G-Clef.
Yeah, my CPU has slowed down when I hit 30.
Basically, okay, starting with Blizzard here for the King of the Hill. deserves it. He all-killed yesterday. So what I'm saying is, their 2v2 has been pretty good. Their King of the Hill has looked shaky. If it wasn't for Blizzard yesterday, they would easily be 0-2 in terms of King of the Hill, because they fell like flies at the beginning. And then Blizzard comes back and reverse all kills. So that's why they're putting him out first. It is going to be against Yuya,
who was often the second player after Light, I believe, in King of the Hill. I mean, well, in 2v2 we talked about Kicks and a lot of negative things because it doesn't seem like what Kicks was in their 2v2.
But this happened last season as well. They start off a little bit interesting. They have an interesting start to the season as they try things out. Once they decide, okay, this is what we're doing for 2v2, this is what we're doing for King of the Hill, this is what we're doing for 1v1. Once that's all set,
there wasn't a 2v2.
Well, it was triple draft. It was triple draft during the
you
special
almost
season.
got me. You almost got me.
But when they set that up, that's when they start grinding those wins.
Oh yes.
So they experiment. This is why the double format, the double round robin, is real good, because it allows you, it opens up the chance to experiment in the first few weeks, and solidify in the later weeks.
That is correct.
Right, Blizzard versus Yuya, King of the Hill. First game, set 2. Talon are 1 set up, looking to close it out in set 2. Kicks need this win. They need to win the King of the Hill to take us to set 3.
We would expect barrel from Blizzard, but it's actually Yuya bringing that barrel, and see how many more times barrel is out already. And Blizzard with Magic Archer, the older style with the Royal Hog.
That timing, the fireball just came down for Yuya, and then instantly opening up with the Hogs, which is a nice touch. But now that Yuya knows he can hold that fireball if he feels like it.
Yeah, with that mortar. I mean, mortar just getting played too many times.
Well, I mean, Yuya is on the same team as Benza, who is pretty much a motorcycle god, you know? So if anyone could show Yuya another way of playing mortar, or like talk about some of the things, it is Benza Riddell.
Yeah, another fireball, Magic Archer and the tower together. Has to happen most of the time, and Blizzard is drawing that fireball out so he can get those Royal Logs with the recruits.
Yeah, I was going to say, that fireball coming down was a bit aggressive for Yuya. Not punished this time by Blizzard, but you'd expect that fireball to be held for the Royal Hogs, right?
So Blizzard did not play it, as Yuya is still holding on to the building card.
He also didn't have the elixir for it because he just dropped down the recruits at the bridge. And here are the Hogs. No fireball in cycle for Yuya. Has to use the mortar again. One Hog does sneak through. The Musketeer does make a quick meet of that. But he's going to take a couple more hits from the pigs now.
Oh, turn into cutlets. Easily done by Yuya there. And if Blizzard now has to, place the Magic Archer a little bit away from that left side tower.
Cannon cart is going to make it across, but with the log, it's not going to make it very far. It's not in range. It's just sitting there in the way on the bridge. As the Fisherman pulls in some of the Goblin Gang. Road recruits played deep in the back for Blizzard.
So what else does Blizzard have? Final card. There's a lot of troops.
Fireball on the Marcher again.
In his face.
Yuya really not liking that Magic Archer and taking it off the board instantly every time. It is Hunter as the last card for Blizzard, and that's going to make it real difficult for these skeleton balloons to, the skeleton barrels, sorry, to connect onto the tower.
Pretty nice Evil Spirit there, keeping that card.
Those three recruits connect into the tower. The Goblin Gang comes down a little bit late for Yuya. Does take a little bit of damage there. Fireball again against the Marcher, but Log takes care of all those skeletons. But Yuya does have an advantage going into the last 1 minute and 35-ish seconds.
Yeah, because Blizzard took not too much, not like 1,000, but still full about 500 from the fireball. And he can't really stop the death damage from the skeleton barrel. That's the key factor. He has been chipping and been taking that damage, and in response, he's supposed to do more with the Royal Hogs, but he just cannot find that window against Yuya right now.
Yeah, I mean, Yuya's opening it up for Blizzard, right? The fireballs are coming down against the Marchers every time instead of the Royal Hogs.
Yeah, and second win condition for Blizzard, it's maybe sneaking in at cannon cart. But so far, 0.
Well, these picks are very healthy. As 3 connect into the side, that log ended up missing 1. 1449 on that top left tower now. Is the triple elixir period going to start making Yuya struggle a lot more against Blizzard, because he can load up on these Hogs nearly instantly every time the cannon cart is close to being in range. The Musketeer's trying to do what it can against the Hogs. 2 Musketeers on the field now, but that one Hog is getting a decent chunk of damage. 1259 against 1103 right now.
Oh, Fisherman grabbing that Musketeer. Blizzard starting to put on a lot of pressure towards that left side. Yuya might have to use that fireball for all these troops, but staying alive with those goblins and the defensive mortar position.
Fireball has to come in now for Yuya. Onto the tower, it does. The log is there. The Magic Archer
got another hit, but still the lower HP is out the bottom. Blizzard does not win it from that fireball damage. He thought he had it with Magic Archer hitting the tower once again.
The second shot was halfway to the tower when the clock ran.
Oh.
That was close.
Did it not reach the tower?
It didn't reach the tower.
So it disappeared in the middle.
I think it disappeared in the middle. I need to watch it
again. The fireball connected for sure.
Because I definitely saw the arrow going towards the tower, another arrow going, and I think that's what Blizzard saw, assuming he
that
got
it would
the
go
victory. Because
wow.
that would have done it 4, and that was close. It was 34 difference between the 2.
Just wow, man. When Blizzard, he went aggressive and drew these fireballs out, saying that, okay, I got my Royal Hogs.
This is a pretty big turning point, because those Hogs were very healthy, and at this point, it looked as though Yuya had strong control over everything, but it slips away right there. And these Hogs, during the triple elixir time, are coming in thick and fast.
Same for Yuya, though. Goblins everywhere, Musketeer left and right.
Okay, there's the Marcher. 1, 2.
Oh, the third shot disappeared.
The third shot disappeared. The third shot didn't just disappear. The third shot disappeared while it was like a pixel away from the tower.
A single tile away.
Man.
Like, Blizzard thought he won.
He did. I thought he won. Like, I saw it and I was like, I quickly checked the numbers as he's kind of celebrating. And just, you gotta feel sorry for Blizzard, because he should have won it. That
was a close game.
That was close.
That was real close.
That last minute triple elixir is where Blizzard basically went into overdrive with the Hogs. Yuya couldn't really get the fireballs to connect much anymore, because he was taking out the Marchers every time. The Magic Archer, as soon as it appeared, fireball, get out of my face, because we don't need that chip damage. We don't need that incidental damage. Incidental damage. Doesn't matter. It's still won by a fraction.
Yeah, basically, because Yuya, okay, Royal Hogs, no fireball, but mostly with their Spear Goblins, Goblin Gang, with the help of Goblin Gang and the Motor, that win conditions locked down. Yeah, with some scratches, but when Yuya's basically, he was connecting his skeleton barrels death damage at least, so that was chipping in. He chipped in some of those fireball damage already, so he was sort of in the lead. So other win condition that you can really look for is the Magic Archer shot. And when that's gone with fireball every time, then sort of in equation, Yuya was supposed to take that game. So that's the reason why Blizzard, until that last moment, he didn't really put down that Magic Archer.
All right, so it is going to be Gerald against Yuya. What are we going to see in this one? Gerald I mean, most of Talon haven't really played much in the way of 1v1. We've seen Hog Rider, Graveyard. I mean,
yeah.
I think today is a day where Hog Rider is going to come out a lot more. I feel like I feel like Gerald is probably going to go Hog Rider. Because it worked against, like, the Royal Hogs did work against Yuya. It was a very close finish.
You are talking regular hog, not the Royal Hogs?
I think either or is fine, but I think both, all pigs, let's say. I think their time to shine is right now with the way the meta is kind of forming. Because it's in flux right now, because we are seeing considerably less Graveyard. We're seeing much less Royal Giant. Even though Royal Giant is still popular, we're seeing slightly less of it. And Royal Hogs, Hog Rider, we've seen some Ram Rider as well, slowly creeping into this mid-month meta.
Yeah, I think Ram Rider is a somewhat safe choice. Especially when we see this many Hogs in CRL.
With the Skeleton Dragon split at the back.
Is it just a recruit balloon?
That's what I was thinking.
The baby track from... Oh boy!
You're not. No, Gerald, come on, man.
Oh boy, we have a battle healer, guys.
Which usually indicates... The purple menace. Alright, so Yuya instantly opens up. We see the Barb Hug come down, and he's like, okay, it's go time. You want to put 7 Elixir down right there? I'm going to go take that tower. Is it Enrage? It is not, but now it is. Unfortunately, that's going to get 2 drops? Just the 1. So Gerald does take a big, big hit. But the thing about Elixir Golem decks, doesn't matter how far ahead you are against them, they will just appear out of nowhere and take the 3 crowns. So
with the tornado. Let's see, is it with the rage or is it not? With the bar barrel, I don't think it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no rage with this one.
But he's certainly looking for that one chance. And when you, so the thing is about Golem, it's not just about 1 crown. It's about 3 crowns that you can get with a single push.
I mean, I'm expecting, usually when you get into double elixir time with this deck, you see everything come down. There is the E-Dragon. And with that, again, a nice timing on this balloon. The tornado does come down, and with the Electro Dragon there, that's going to slow that right down. No death damage either. There's the battle healer. Expect the big purple blob to come down in front. How is Yuya going to deal with this? He does have Royal Recruits. That's pretty good.
It's pretty good. But the tornado, bringing everything together. The E-Dragon getting some damage, and the blobs do connect.
Yeah, and that battle healer just healing everything back up. Fisherman there to just try and do something here.
The dragons are never going down.
The blobs are never going down either. That tower is gone. Tornado to bring the musketeer in, but that tower is done.
The heal never stops. You don't even see what's on the ground, man.
And that battle healer is still alive and kicking. Gerald, I can't believe he's done this.
This is the second E-Golem that we have for the season.
Almost a 3 crown. Gerald seems really upset that it wasn't a 3 crown, but Yuya getting absolutely slapped by an E-Golem. I mean, I hope that was the coach coming in and saying, like, look, you can do it once. You can do it once, but I don't want to see it again. Have self-respect.
Who was the other player that used the E-Golem? Was it from Ponos?
I think it was, yeah. I can't remember.
Was it like?
I don't have it written down. It wasn't one of these teams.
I think it was Ponos.
I think it was Ponos. All right, so Gerald does take it with the E-Golem. Look at that. He only had to play 1, and he almost took 3 towers.
When you can have that much stacked up, I mean, he was gathering everything with that E-Dragon in the air with those barbarians and the battle healer. Everything started to stack up with that tornado.
It's once that E-Dragon comes out on the field, like, it just does so much work, and even with the Royal Recruits, it was looking good. You think Royal Recruits would be good against it, but it's not, because the E-Dragon just splits that damage. The Baby Dragon is there. The Battle Healer has a lot more targets to go and hit on. And look at the Blobs. The Blobs had no right still being alive at this point.
Lumberjack.
And they're still alive.
Lumberjack actually did a lot of damage with the heal spirit too. But the Battle Healer never really.
The Battle Healer is still there.
I know.
She's still underneath all of that. That's just.
Well, there was another game with the E-Golem. Let's deal with it.
Is he gonna bring it again? Because like, how do you even deal with that?
Mega Knight. Bring some Mega Knights and Mini P.E.K.K.A if you have him. It's pretty good.
All right, Gerald has done his job. He's got one win. He needs this second win. For kicks, who do you send out here? Is it Benzer time? Are you gonna throw Light in? Are you gonna let the youth handle it? Are you gonna let the classic?
I think there's a reason why we don't have Light as the first player. I think they want to shake things up. Maybe Yuya first. Benzer or Ice Law in there?
Would you put the veteran in the middle? Or would you want to anchor the team down with the veteran of the team?
That's a good question.
Or would you just put in both? Would you put in Ice Law and Benzer?
So I think it's... I'm leaning towards both. And in what order, though? Is it Benzer, Ice Law?
I'd say Ice Law, Benzer.
Because Ice Law did play 2v2.
Benzer's also playing no tilt and absolutely kicking butt, taking names.
Yeah, that's true.
So I mean, like, he is on fire right now. You think to bring him? Sorry, you think to bring him in?
Because the roster, of course, this active roster for King of the Hill, you can't just change it in the middle. You do have to turn it day before as a team.
All right, it's Ice Law here against Gerald then. All right, Ice Law versus Gerald. We haven't seen much in the way of Ice Law. He has played 2v2s, but no 1v1s right now. And Gerald, looking through the list, is probably going like, yeah, there's 2 E-Golem decks on that list. Let's go for E-Golem again.
He's like, can I please play Rage? He's like, no.
Coach
can I please play Rage?
Coach is like, no, don't do it again. Don't you dare play E-Golem again.
Yeah.
Gerald's like, oh, come on, man.
Well, and when we talk Mega Knight, well, Ice Law did play a couple of Graveyard Mega Knight back in the days of last season, because there's no 1v1 data this season. And also Goblin Giant Sparky, which is actually a really good deck against that E-Golem. Sparky, Purple Blob, gone.
True, but it doesn't hit fast enough, though, does it? You still take
You
quite
bring
a
your
bit of
own
damage.
Rage.
Defensive raged up Sparky,
Yes.
the new meta.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the whole team coming into Gerald now and just being like, I can't believe you're playing. I just can't believe you're
like,
playing E-Golem, man.
Like, we can't, like, I'm never gonna play 2v2 with you. It just cannot happen. It's like no, like, I think he's still arguing about Rage. Can I please put that in? It's giving me headaches, okay?
So it is looking like one of the teams has taken a timeout. That's why there's such a long delay between games.
You get plus 1 minute if you call for the timeout. Each team can use it once during a match.
So we're going to have to see what's going to go on in Game 3 in this King of the Hill. Yuya took Game 1 against Blizzard. Gerald took Game 2 against Yuya. Who's going to take it between Gerald and Ice Law in Game 3? We'll soon be on that anytime today, lads. No pressure at all.
Of course. And we're in. We lost 4 seconds of the game.
It's fine. No one's played anything. Just building up Elixir.
And we go down to a minute with nothing.
It happens all too often. Okay, Miner from Gerald.
Is it Miner Loon or Miner Wall Breakers? Let's see, a couple more cards. Fair enough. So we're leaning towards maybe just a lava. Phew, no Rage. No more E-Golem.
Is Ice Lord bringing Ice Bomb?
Nice.
It's probably Graveyard.
Yeah, with the Bar Barrel.
A man can dream, okay?
Dream all you want.
Okay, Bomb Tower is there against the Lava Hound, but with the Ice Wizard slowing everything down, that's going to give Gerald a nice chance to just build up Elixir behind this.
If he actually wants to, he can make it into a stronger push.
Yeah. Especially when your Ice Wizard is so far forward trying to get that down. Defensive poison from Ice Lord to try and get rid of those pups, and they all pop. But still took about 500 damage actually on that.
So with the Night Witch, usually poison zap, but there are some clone users who combine this deck.
Yeah, clone Lava Hound, clone Night Witch with the Skeleton Dragons. It's an old deck, sir, but it checks out.
Connecting along with that Miner, helping out some more damage. So yeah, Geralt. Not bad for the first few attacks. Down to 64 on the top right.
Yeah, Ice Lord is just struggling to get damage through right now. He can't really get big bodies in. Tornado to bring them both into the same lane, but with nothing to distract, that just means more damage on the tower.
Yeah, just wanted to burn some HP on the left instead of right.
Graveyard comes in, but Gerald just has Elixir to spare. He spent 7 on the Lava Hound, and then just has 5. He had 8 almost instantly just to drop those Barbarians in, and not a lot of damage getting done, about 500 this time. With that Graveyard, he's going to have to do that a lot. Like, he's going to have to do quite a few more times to be able to take this.
The Ice Witch was going to the left, did not combine with that Tornado, so this push is a tower down.
Yeah, the Inferno Dragon is there. It's in the tower, and it was away from the death damage of the Bomb Tower. So one tower goes down for Ice Lord, who now has 13 seconds to take this victory.
One Graveyard.
Desperation Graveyard, but Gerald does have poison. And that, as they say, is that Gerald takes a second game here. He does take game 3 with that Lava Hound Night Witch deck.
And he's on, and Talon's on a match point now.
Yeah. Yeah.
What a god.
It's fine. Like, he's finally coming back into it, I would say, because like during last season's playoffs he was pretty good. He went 4-1 in terms of King of the Hill. Kind of cooled down a little bit. He was very heavily anticipated in this league by a lot of the Korean players, by quite a few players, not to the levels of like Mugi and Hajime, but he was definitely hyped up a little bit.
It's only the start of the season, and if you can get this much of a push already with these wins, I'd say Talon has found the right person.
So before today he was 1-2. Now he is 3-2. If he can finish this, he ends up 4-2. He's one of the top players of the league right now. I mean, Elixir to spare on that defense. Just didn't need anything else.
So not this Ice Wizard, there was another Ice Wizard that spawns in. Yeah, I did want to highlight that too. I think he wanted to combine with Tornado first and then the Barbarians after, which was still going to be one heck of a push coming from Geralt. It was going to be hard defense, but it made it even worse.
Yeah, so Ice Lord didn't defend well in that section. One Ice Wizard, one square off. Ended up allowing the Inferno Dragon to connect to the tower, as well as the Baby Dragon. Slowing them down would have definitely helped defend for a little bit longer, but with that much pressure on the tower, I think it would have been over regardless.
I think so. I think so, with maybe another poison, and Geralt was also holding that poison for any potential graveyard because he knew that was coming. I did like the switch from right to left from Ice Lord, saying, okay, this is going to be tough. Let's just tornado it out, make the Skeleton Dragon go to the left, and then now I can get my Knight and everything else. Focus on the left instead. Didn't really work with that mega push with the lava. It was game over, but Geralt, 2 wins already for Talon. And kicks Another downfall? What's happening right now?
It's all starting to slowly crumble, but if they send out...
Who is it? Who is it going to be?
Benzer, right? It's got to be.
I'm feeling Benzer.
With the way that
Benzer.
With the way that Benzer has been playing in no tilt, you have to send him out here. But maybe you want to... All right, it is going to be light. All right, game 4.
Using both light and ice who just played 2v2, which is rare. I think that's really rare from a team.
I mean, light did beat Solomon and then did 2-0 Ps last week against WEDGM. Didn't really get to show much when CRS decided that he was just gonna completely light up the scene.
Hey.
Decided to light up the scene yesterday when he all-killed Kicks. What's going to happen here? Is Light going to be able to bring this back for his team and finish off Game 4 and Game 5? Or will Gerald complete a sweep of Kicks? Did you see?
I saw Poison and Heal Spirit.
That's all you saw?
Yeah.
You didn't see anything else?
No,
G-Clef, come on, man.
That's it. So I don't actually know. That's like no information at all.
Could literally be any deck in the world. Okay.
Yes, totally. Can still be, I think it's still the same lava deck he had before. But let's see if he can close it out with a 3-in-a-row streak for Talon, which will be a base. They'll have a party after if they win 2-0 against Kicks.
Yeah, Kicks have not been showing their strongest side lately, and Blizzard and now Gerald have stepped up this weekend and just got W after W. Will Gerald be able to complete this sweep and join Blizzard in getting a all-kill, or will Light be able to turn the tides and take Game 4 and take us to a Game 5 in this King of the Hill?
Let's see what Light has prepared. Just a minor.
Oh, bar put. Could it be?
Is it just the graveyard?
Is it going back to the E-Golem?
Come on. With the Heal Spirit? I don't think so. Oh, there's still a E-Golem deck with the Heal Spirit and Battle Healer. Oh, is it?
Yeah, if you're gonna play dirty, you may as well do it twice. All right, let's see how Light can deal with this. The miner is going to be there to distract. Try to activate the King Tower, but unfortunately the miner just a little bit too quick in that one. Still not getting the activation. You can see the frustration.
Yeah, I think
in
Light did want that active King Tower activation with that Ice Wizard, but
he was looking for it with the miner first, missed, tried to get it with the Ice Wiz, and was one square too far over. Yeah, he was one square too far over.
Did not end up getting it, but significant damage, and the wall breakers. Light both reaching the bar pod, which is okay, but you do want to connect some more.
Yeah, not a terrible trade, but not the best. Goblins at the bridge. Trying to just clean up these last couple, and there we go. E-Golem played right at the back. As we head into that double elixir time, there are 4 barbarians crossing the bridge already. The bomb tower is already down. And that's going to make it difficult to deal with this E-Golem. All right, Baby Dragon played in towards the center. Valkyrie there to just chunk the damage. And Valkyrie's a pretty good response to the E-Golem. Rocket as well. All right, Light.
Oh, yes.
He was hiding that answer for the longest of times. The rocket is there. And a tornado to activate the tower. A head shake from Light, but he just generated so much value with that rocket damage.
That rocket hit was 10 out of 10. Oh, with the tornado.
You love to see it when you're watching an E-Golem deck, don't you? There we go again. The rocket comes down.
Woo!
That's how he's going to be able to do this. Miner this time in that safe spot where it's not going to get tornadoed. in towards the tower. The wall breakers were so close.
That was close with the slow from the Ice Wiz into the Baby Dragon. Almost let it connect to the tower, but not quite enough.
Right there is the Electro Dragon.
In overtime, keeping that E-Dragon is what Geralt wants, but spreading those away seems to be the okay win condition. But Light's got Tornado Rocket combo.
Yeah, and especially with that rocket knocking around, he's gonna know that that E-Dragon, it's gonna be prime target. You don't want to stack things under or around it, and that's what Light is trying to do. He's trying to remove it from the board right now, so that you get the second, and that is a lot of rocket value. That's got to be tempting. There you have it. Push destroyed. And with all the elixir you get back from the blobs, it makes it well worthwhile.
Oh yes, with everything else removed. 9 elixir, totally worth it. And with the bomb tower, you're extra safe.
But right now, going down the opposite side, where is the Electro Dragon going to be? Is it going to be in the middle? Is it going to be on the sides? That's what he's going to be looking for. He's looking for that Electro Dragon. And another! Has the tornado everything into the death damage here. The rocket comes down. It's going to miss a couple. Is this going to be it? Is Light going to be able to hold on? The bomb tower is right there.
The tower took no damage still. Still the 1739 on top.
How is that possible, Light?
So many troops, 25 seconds left in overtime. Geralt need to push, have some extra damage in order to win, but this many troops coming down now, all the way down, and Geralt cannot have a maximum defense.
Yeah, he's going to struggle now. He's not going to be able to build his own push. He's not going to be able to go aggressive. The miner is there. The rocket should be coming down anytime soon. That tornado was absolute filth, Light. How do you do... That tornado pulling that E-Golem back so the Valkyrie gets the connections on the tower. Take a bow, Light. Take a bow. That was beautiful play.
We've seen E-Golem work once.
It was over anyway, but that was just icing on the cake. It's like, you want to play E-Golem? Fine. I'm going to take the tower. There was that phenomenal defense where it was looking so bad. There were 3 E-Golems bearing down on the tower. There was 2 battle healers. There was a heal spirit in there somewhere. There might have been 3 battle healers. I don't even know. There was a lot of bodies there. Light defended it.
Wallbreaker miner combination does have some tornado, but it's really rare to have the rocket with this.
So this tornado to bring everything down the same side on top of the bomb damage. With the rocket coming in, it's still looking a bit rough. Bam! Right there. Still no damage taken. That bomb tower coming in clutch. And it looks as though Geralt here was expecting more bodies to survive, because he kept trying to build into the push until he realized there was nothing left.
It's a one powerful push from E-Golem, but it's slow, and when it's being slowed down even more... Look how many Ice Wizards are there on the bridge. 4! 4 Ice Wizards, still 3 alive.
That tornado bringing back that E-Golem, just unnecessary, yet when you're playing against an E-Golem player...
He just wanted to finish it with some style, okay?
I mean, yeah, you have to. Okay, we're getting down to game 5. Light has a chance to take us to set 3.
Uh-huh.
Who's going to come out from Talon? Is it going to be Line? Is it going to be 1 crown? You're going to have to say Line, right?
Yes, and Line, we've seen a lot of great games.
Yep.
In different tournaments happening outside of Korea, in Korea for Line too. So having that kind of adrenaline, I think, helps a lot when you're playing competitive. But Light, what he has just brought, sniping against that E-Golem deck, you can see this player is... I mean, all the new players that just came into the league, I mean, so good.
That was a great read by, I guess, either Light or the coaching staff, knowing that Gerald will probably go back to the E-Golem deck. A great read by the staff, or a great read by Light, depending on who's calling the shots here.
Yep. And once you are not going against the E-Golem, still you can just keep that rocket and just cycle everything else really quick. And even against the graveyard Valkyrie, we don't see it as much. But Valkyrie, I think it's still one of the best cards against that graveyard. And you still have the Tornado Ice Wizard, so even against lots of RG decks, Royal Hog, you still have a lot of answers.
You got a lot of defense, but I think offensively you find it a little bit more difficult going against a non-E-Golem deck. Because Rocket Cycle is not a thing much anymore. Like ending games with rockets, it doesn't happen very much anymore. Like it's fallen out of favor. It does only deal 370 damage now, where before the nerf it dealt too much damage.
Yes.
So
I remember all the old numbers.
I can't remember.
The new numbers are not engraved in my brain yet.
Okay, so it is gonna be line against light.
Aha. Yes, as expected.
So it all comes down to this. If Line can take the victory, he closes it out for Talon. Talon finished the day 2-1. If Light can take it, we go to set 3, the 1v1, which is going to be explosive. Between, we don't even know yet. Assuming Ice Law, maybe Light again, but Light needs to win here.
Yes.
So what are we going to see from Light?
Game 5.
Egyptian.
Do you go back? You just go back to your graveyard. And Line, on the other hand, brought a lot of different stuff. Like, he also played Expo again. And until just yesterday, some Ram Rider decks with Lumberjack. He pretended like it was a balloon deck, and then just all of a sudden Ram Rider with the recruits. Maybe that wasn't a game with the recruits, but still it pretended like it was close to a balloon deck with the Lumberjack and a Ram Rider all of a sudden. And also his own Hog deck without the EQ with Fireball. So lots of deck choices out there for both players. But what's the best when you go for that one final game? Hog.
What are you going to bring?
When you expect those Hogs, you bring the Ram. Or Royal Hogs, then gotta have some Bomb Tower.
But you can use Bomb Tower against all 3 of them, so it's gonna be interesting. It's a battle right now between what deck they're bringing. What are we gonna see? Is Talon's Line gonna be able to close it out and finish this match, or will Light take us to set 3? We're gonna find out in just a second.
And we mentioned all these decks out there that are being played right now, and then we go back to RG and Graveyard.
Probably.
That happens all the time. Skeleton Heal Spirit, okay.
Fisherman.
That only narrows it down to like 45 decks.
All right.
Yeah, maybe just RG from Line.
Line plays it risky by putting the Fisherman at the back. Now, we all know what happens when there's Fisherman at the back on ladder. There's a giant skeleton every time.
Okay, Light with the Snowball Log. Killing Hog.
There it is. It is going to be Hog. Is it going to be Hog EQ? Is it going to be Hog with something else? One hit there. Sneaking through. Musketeer taking out the Skeleton Dragons from a safe distance.
Yeah, just that side of that Princess Tower reach. And Line holding.
Is it going to be 2.6?
Now let's see the building.
Is it going to be Cannon?
Can still be Inferno.
It could be one of the heavier versions. It could be one of the very late versions. We'll see relatively soon. There's the Hog Rider. It's open season. That Heal Spirit doesn't really get much done. 1862 remain. Musketeer is going to clean both dragons up, and the Fisherman is going to sneak on through. He's going to get 1 slap in, and then 2 slaps. Okay, and that's equaled things up.
Yeah, Light not really the happiest man on earth.
I think it was only expecting 1 hit.
Both really taking time.
about to enter that double elixir period.
As line, guessing it's the fireball. There are some lightning. Okay, this is the fireball and Hog on the left.
It's a great move. The Fisherman's going to be there, and it's going to activate the King Tower here. And that is pretty good for Line coming into the last minute or so. The last 30 seconds of regular time.
And immediately another RG into that low HP Inferno. It is gone.
Oh, the second Inferno Tower doesn't catch it. There's a head shake there, and the second Inferno Tower is trying to catch the RG again, and it looks as though Light has crumbled in game 5.
It's still not over. 20 seconds. Soon we do go over time. Okay, now the cycle with the EQ has started, but is it too late? As Inferno did not get the perfect lock. Again, Line getting ready for that massive push.
There's one fireball, one log coming in there. That's about 244 damage. Log getting, that Hog Rider got quite a few hits in.
Yeah, Line is trying to do exactly the same, and RG right after, or he just wants to spell it down at this point.
271, 131, that is it. Log is there. Skeletons, Hunter, fireball.
Wow. Talon!
And it looks as though Talon complete a 2-0 over Kicks. We had Light and 1 crown take the 2v2 2-1 against Light and Ice Law. We saw Yuya beat Blizzard, then Gerald looked as though he was going to get the all kill against Yuya. He beat Ice Law. Light took him down with a perfect counter deck. Then Line comes in, saves the day for Talon. Climbing game 5, Talon take the victory. That puts them at 2-1. Kicks now at 1-2.
Yes, Line with a great switch up. Reading that there's going to be an Inferno Tower. RG from the King, all the way back from the King Tower, and then immediately loads up with another. Yeah, good game already called by Light there.
Yeah, it seems as though Light may have got into his own head a little bit. This Inferno Tower here, bam! Oh, half a second too late.
Just a little too late. And even before that, the RG.
The first RG, I think, got a lot of damage in. Fireball there to take off the Musketeer. Bam! Couple of hits from the Hunter. And even Light is like, well, all right.
Yeah, this game's out of my hand.
Hunter getting those 3 pellets in really did make the difference there.
Yes.
Those 3 pellets put it into spell range.
One less spell to be used.
All right.
The Hog was okay, but through that big body, sometimes Hog Rider takes a longer time to actually go into the tower.
It does indeed, but that is that. We will be back after a short break as we go into the final game of the evening, Fav Gaming versus TTG. All right, and welcome back to CRL East. We've had 2 games already today. We had Nova beat... Oh, no, wait. We had Nova finally lose a game to Team Timing. Team Timing did take that victory. Sorry, I'm not used to saying that this season, Nova losing. And then we had Kicks fall to Talon in... Basically, I don't want to say a sweep, but it was in 2 games, 2 matches, 2 sets.
Light almost had it. Bringing it into that 1v1 match.
Unfortunately, couldn't quite finish it off. King of the Hill finished us there. And then we get to game 3 today. It is going to be FOV Gaming against TTG. I'm excited to see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, overall, a lot of people were saying, especially, we do read a lot of social media, and a lot of people has been tweeting about East power ranking for all the teams. And the common opinion on TTG is that they have powered down after losing a lot of their squad, and FOV Gaming powering up with Hajime. So this matchup, I would say, slight in favor of FOV Gaming. I think that's a lot of opinions leaning towards that. But TTG,
I mean, TTG upset Panos last week.
That's the thing.
They 2-0
Panos also powered up.
Yeah,
with Mugi.
And TTG just manhandled it last week. So TTG are definitely the dark horses of the league. They're definitely the outsiders. I think they have a very strong chance as long as Boss and Nuomishi, Nuomisu,
and also Famous Kid.
I think Boss and Nuomisu are the ones that have to drive that, because Famous Kid isn't that strong on the scene right now. He is definitely a talent to build up over the season, but I don't think he's ready right now. I think it lies on Boss and it lies on Nuomisa early in the season to continue building up those wins for when Famous Kid gets in his stride. And then you've got a powerful, King of the Hill 3 with Boss, Nuomisa, and Famous Kid.
And also Nuomisa with Hoey driving that 2v2 to start things up and then leading into King of the Hill. And you can just finish it with the 2-0. And the teamwork between the two has been incredible for their 2v2. But similar story for Fav Gaming. I mean, they're known as a 2v2. It depends on the ban. So I would like personally, TTG to just literally ban like a freeze, like we just had. So you can sort of eliminate that balloon chance.
Yeah.
And a lot of those lavas.
So, in terms of lineups, we expect Kensumeshi and Katashian in the 2v2.
Yes.
For Fav, we expect Nuomisa and Hui. Hoi,
I think.
Because it's Huyi here. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Hoi.
I'm going to have to go into Royal API and check the pronunciation guide for that guy later. But that 2v2, I think, is pretty set because they're the only two in China right now. They're together. They will play on stage. They live together. I think there's no language barriers between the two, so I think that's there too. From there, I don't know where the King of the Hill is going to go, but we got to get through that 2v2. Who do you think is going to take the 2v2 when it is Kensumeshi and Katashian against Nuomisa and Hui?
Let's wait until the ban card for the call. I want to see the ban cards first, and then sort of throw something out. And it might also be a different pair from Fav Gaming too.
All right, so Fav Gaming, they did go 2-1 against WEDGM. They did lose 1-2 against Team Timing. TTG, they've only played one game. They did beat Ponos 2-0, where Nuomisa took out Yakitori and KK. Boss took out Mugi, but lost the Yakitori. So both teams kind of coming into this. There's not much about them at the moment. The key players on the screen right now, though, Jack and Nuomisa, definitely two of the stronger players. 2v2 player standards, you can see Hui and Nuomisa, 2 wins, 0 losses. Of course, that is game score, where they did beat KK and Yakitori.
Yeah, we go with the 100%, but if you saw at the bottom of the list, we had 4 and 1. Yeah, we should go with the win numbers first, and then
percentages look better. If you only play one game, you play Jack and Katashian.
Oh, okay.
Is Kensumeshi out sick?
I don't know.
It's going to be interesting because, we have said that Fav Gaming's one weakness is that they're a bit too predictable.
Maybe because...
There he is! Why don't you...
He's right there.
He's right there. Just put him in the chat. Why is Jack in the scene? Why is Jack doing 2v2?
I think maybe because Jack has been struggling in his 1v1 games.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the reason why we are seeing Jack in 2v2 pair now.
I think historically he's played a couple of 2v2s, but not many.
I don't even remember Jack playing 2v2.
I think it was spring 2019. I think he played 2 2v2s.
Ages ago.
Very long time. Back in ancient history. Back when dinosaurs ruled the earth. Back when we had live audiences
with
everywhere.
Smartphones. Yes. With smartphones, yes.
All right.
That's weird. Kensumeshi was basically never out of that 2v2 position for a very long time.
I think they need to shake it up. It is going to be a double NATO ban, which is pretty standard. I think they need to shake it up because their one issue is that they are incredibly predictable.
Yes, especially their 1v1 lineup for the King of the Hill was oftentimes Hajime starting, Jack in the middle, Expo Master, right?
Or some kind of variation on Jack and Expo Master. So, yeah, I think Fav Gaming have realized that they do have an issue where they're a bit too predictable, so they've got to change things up.
Maybe Kensumeshi is playing 1v1 today.
Could be. Wouldn't surprise me.
I'm feeling it.
I think it would be a good choice because they do need to change things up. Kensumeshi, I mean, he's not the worst at 1v1. Last season, during the special season, King of the Hill regular season went 0-1. In the playoffs, he went 1-1 in King of the Hill. Didn't actually play much in the 1v1 sets.
He played, yeah.
Katashian went 1-3, 0-1. But so he is basically the dedicated 2v2 player. It's going to be interesting to see how Jack adapts with Katashian here.
Yeah. Didn't mention the ban because it's the regular tornado burn from both sides. See the lumberjack. Is it the balloon again with the rage? Drops from that lumberjack. Will not get a single scratch onto that tower. Now, of course, without the ban, we have to see that big skeleton.
Okay, it is going to be balloon from Fav Gaming here. And the balloon trying to get pumped by that fireball into the cage. Unfortunately, it's not happening, but fireball and snowball expended there. That was a big, heavy expenditure on TTG's side there.
Yeah, just from the cage position there. One more to the right could have been okay.
Yeah,
because of that forced out.
6 elixir in terms of spells.
Some more spells. At least one of those spells could have been saved. So trying to have a bigger push, knowing that.
The miner distracting the hunter.
Oh, the balloon.
It's going to get a drop. That is beautiful. And is that 2? The giant skeleton was there too. The giant skeleton got in range. Fav Gaming. So there was a super smart play there. The miner comes in, distracts the hunter, so it's looking the other way. That opens a window for that balloon to come in. TTG were too focused on the balloon, not noticing that the giant skeleton was getting down and dirty into the range of that Princess Tower.
A massive play right after they have a massive elixir lead. Now with that space open, they can drag the lumberjack back like that, easily defended. Of course, CTG, they haven't really had this big setup for this push, but they got at least 2,000 and more to go.
Well, Fav Gaming have already spent quite a bit of an elixir going down that right-hand side. The miner used in the assassin role there, trying to take it down. The freeze comes in too late. Way too late there. Fisherman hooks the giant skeleton into the middle. This time the goblin cage is good. That balloon still pretty healthy. Unfortunately, a hunter is there to just delete it out of existence, but not a lot of damage taken from Fav.
Yeah, not at all. Zap to delete that musketeer with low HP. And Fav getting ready for their defense again. There's that bomb power to drag the balloon along with the bats. Miner trying to distract and get the tower down with a single damage from the balloon, but musketeer ready on that left side.
And knowing that freeze is there, there was just a nice stagger to everything just to make sure that nothing was all together. And there's the defensive freeze. And that is that. Jack, Katashian, is this the new 2v2 superstar duo out of Fav Gaming? Because that was nice and clean.
Wax on, wax off. It was way too clean.
All right, Mr. Miyagi.
All right. It's been a long time since Karate Kid, man.
I know. There's probably a lot of people out there who don't even know what we're talking about. Mr. Miyagi, wax on, wax off. What the hell is that? All right, Jack and Katashian take game 1 in the 2v2 with a connection that just doesn't feel like it should ever happen. Both balloon and giant skeleton getting into the tower at the same time.
Yeah, but knowing exactly when to push and a super push that made everything miserable for TTG. It's hard to drag the balloon away from the tower, plus the giant skeleton keeping that away also. When it's sort of one's in the air, one's in the ground, it gets distracted by different things.
So I think this is where the push comes in.
Yes.
So Jack is there. All right, so that giant skeleton is the one that's going to connect into the tower. The fisherman is there, tries to pull it out of the way. You think, okay, it's dealt with. It's fine. That miner, pro. And then look, under rage, it just charges towards the tower, and there's just nothing there to stop it.
And miner takes the first hit, and then it goes to balloon, and balloon, before that moment, took close to no damage, so it survives.
Because the miner ate a shot from the hunter. Like, it sneaks in, took the aggro, so the hunter's looking away from the balloon, so no damage done to it at all.
Yeah, soaking up that damage, just perfect prediction where the hunter is going to fall from TTG's side.
From Fav's side. Yeah. Fav's hunter. TTG's hunter was the one that got distracted by Fav.
So is this the new duo? only one game though.
It looked nice and clean. They defended well after that, so they have a future together.
Not just and thinking about what's just being played all the time. Is Balloon Gen Skeleton just the way to go right now when Tornado's the only card banned? It's being played like 60% of the time.
I think it's a really good deck in 2v2. You can open a lot of windows with giant skeleton death damage. You can snowball stuff out the way. It's really hard in 2v2 to really say like this is the deck that everyone's going to use, because there's very much a cycle in the meta of 2v2. When one thing is popular, another thing is unpopular, but a third thing comes out that's popular. It kills the first one, but now it opens back up the door for the third, like the original.
A fourth that counters the third. Yes.
And then it's that kind of cycle that happens, which is why the 2v2 meta I think is a little bit more interesting than the 1v1, because it is a continuous cycle between the teams.
Balloons, man. We need a fisherman version unit in the air.
Just drags up giant skeletons and drops them.
Drags the balloon, drags the lava hound.
Air to ground dragging.
Okay.
It just drops them for infinite damage. Okay.
Or before you put down that fisherman, you choose ground or air. So it's ground only or air only.
While it's up, you can't do
OP.
anything. Like there's a notification on the screen that says, "Do you want to go air or ground?" Okay. Anyway. So far, Heal Spirits coming down, Giant Skeletons. It could still be anything in 2v2, but most likely looking like it could be Balloon again. Even with the Heal Spirit, I think Balloon is still incredibly likely.
Oh, yes.
Maybe not anymore, though.
Oh, Firecracker hints.
RG.
A lot more towards RG, and with this poison, Graveyard is still out there, too.
It's RG for TTG. I think it's going to be RG as well for Fav Gaming.
Oh, good Heal Spirit onto both. Skeleton and the RG.
Lumberjack getting a big heal too, but not enough to shut down the RG, who gets a shot in there. Delivery comes down. Ewis says it's going to...
Yeah, keeps it to minimum. TTG started off with a pretty good start this time. Getting some massive push and got that fireball out easily. So it seems like about mirror matchup, maybe without the Lumberjack from TTG.
All right, what are we gonna see here? Loading up with another RG, the Skeleton Dragons in the sky above it. Oh, the cage came down a bit too late, so that RG just free reign on that tower. 7-4-5 remaining.
Instead of pushing it away, pulled it into the tower.
And now there is a lot of pressure on Fav Gaming. They have to make everything work incredibly efficiently if they're going to take this in one tower. But you would say that Fav Gaming have to take this to a 2-tower game. The good thing is, though, for them, RG is a very good 2-tower deck. But when they go in against another RG, it's a bit more difficult than that.
Yeah, here's a better cage on the side. Ewiz having that mini zap to eliminate 0 shots from the RG this time from TTG. Now counter-attack. Bob pushing that bridge. Tons of weight. Well, let's see if the Rage let it connect once.
1, 2, maybe a third. The third brings them right back into this. Almost a fourth from that one. RG is going to get Fisherman. Oh no, the Fisherman!
Skeletons!
The Fisherman turned around and went for something else. That Fisherman, somebody fire that guy. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, TTG had that read easily, not letting that Fisherman hook into that RG. That also happened before when Cage pulled it out of the range.
It was already locked on. The Fisherman was already locked onto the RG. Something must have pushed him slightly out of the range, and it goes for something else.
And then went for the skeleton.
Hopefully we get to see that again, because it did look as though it was locked on to the RG. But that was a good game too from TTG, much tighter than their first game. Fav Gaming looked a little bit discombobulated by that first Goblin cage that came down, where they they missed.
Battle of cage timing and placements, man. Game 1 started with the cage. Game 2, I think that was a big take. Where before that cage pulled it in, I think it was also blocked from that fisherman. Yeah, look at this moment.
Yeah, pushed
就
it
这样吧，就这样吧，
into
就这样，就这样，就这
Yeah,
样。
before
等
that
一下，看
push,
情况。
fisherman was
不要
going towards.
下张速递，下张什么
I'm pretty sure it was going toward that RG.
？OK，别猎人，别猎人。
我知道，我知道。
Okay.
别速递吧，别
So
速
we
递吧，
can
奶豆子没
see
有。
the big amount of damage that comes in.
可以。
Hopefully real soon.
还行还行。
速递检
Yeah,
查，
that
速递
push
检查，
was
不要
not
卖
a
水。
strong push. Right after Bob got
好，我古龙卖。拖。
a massive push with 3 hits.
奶豆子
怎么没有那个？
Fisherman put
没
one
有渔夫，没有渔夫。
more towards the
好，
right
奶豆子靠后点。
after this.
We're just gonna see.
我去处理掉他这
Yeah.
个。
The
Okay.
entire
他没有
game
他没有
until it
It
goes to
feels
0.
like it, right? It
Yeah.
feels like this is
顶
the
住，顶
whole
住，顶
game.
住。
顶住了，顶住了，顶住了。
可以可以。我先下个电法，我也牢笼，我也牢笼。
不要着急，老龙下加
Yeah,
力。
that
对对对
lumberjack
对对
doing
对
a
对
whole lot of damage.
好好，
可以可以可以可以。
我再交速递。
好，你跟我进攻，跟我进攻。
好好好 ，OK OK。
奶豆子挡一下。
Okay,
好
here.
好，我挡住了。我火球，
Heal
我火球
spirit
我
first.
火
Fisherman?
Yeah, it was locked on the skeleton.
Oh, it was locked on.
Okay,
Yeah, it
okay.
was locked on the other
That's it.
skeleton that went behind the RG, so it reset its aggro.
Oh, TTG. Even before skeleton had the heal spirit there too. So
Yeah, they were prepared for it.
they were double prepared for that fisherman, making sure that RG has to connect after the cage.
I mean, to me, it looked as though it had connected onto the RG just because of the angle. But yeah, now that I watch it again, I can see that it was locked onto the skeleton that walked all the way around. And then was like, okay, well, now it's out of my range, goes for another skeleton. Good control over the AI of the fisherman there to make sure that it doesn't pull the RG, which could have maybe saved Fav Gaming a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's really hard. So some teams, even predicting those skeletons or heal spirit, they just throw down the bar barrel in the middle, which is also a hard prediction to go perfect. Let's see if any of the teams tried the same similar strategy with the giant skeleton RG fisherman. With the miner, Bob might just go back to the balloon.
All right, well, doesn't matter. TTG are going back to that deck that just got them the victory with the giant skeleton and the RG here. And this might... Okay, that could have actually blown up in TTG's face because the one giant skeleton was trying to get through and push back, and it could have kept the RG out of range, but doesn't matter. Fav Gaming, load up. The lumberjack is there.
Immediate response, the balloon. With the rage and the zap, deleting the skeleton dragons!
What a zap there! 1-2-2-7. Fav Gaming take a massive lead early on in this one. What a zap!
That zap like went through the bones, man. That felt like a lightning to me. Yeah, because the dragons were already damaged from the arrows.
Yeah,
nicely done from Bob there. And a massive lead and just the RG bat push.
Still pretty good though. Got a decent amount of damage done now. You have the giant skeleton to tank a little bit there. The Ewis is there, not going to decide to spell it up. Goes for the heal spirit, which doesn't catch the balloon. If it caught the balloon, that would have been bad news bears for TTG. However, death damage and a musketeer shot is definitely a strong consolation prize in that push.
Oh man, both teams going extremely aggressive in game 3. I know they have the cycle now against each other, but here comes the fireball.
Oh, the heal spirit's like just about came in a little bit late, but doesn't matter. Everything cleaned up nicely. Okay, loading up with another balloon here. Giant skeleton is there, is pulled in, but the giant skeleton's going to eat a full shot, and I think it might just get through.
Hunter
it's going to get a drop. That tower is out of there.
Hunter is way too far away from the balloon. There's that heal, but defensive freeze again from Bob. 30 seconds left still. The game's not over, but Bob can try different things for the next crown. Where TTG is still looking for that first crown to go.
There is only 15 seconds remain. and FUV Gaming have a 1 tower advantage. And you got to look at TTG and think they need a miracle to take this 2v2 here. And I don't think they're going to find it, as that balloon is played right on the opposite side. There we go, almost a 3-crown situation. Numisa and Hui fall to Jack and Kitassian in 2v2. The unlikely 2v2 pairing using Jack in that 2v2 paid off dividends. That balloon play was tight.
Both balloon play, and they didn't even have to use the freeze in their offense.
Yeah.
It was only 2 defensive freeze just to buy time.
In both games. In the first game, it was already after the tower had gone. They were like, okay, I'm going to show you that I had freeze, but I'm not going to need it. And in the second game too, where they used the same deck, the same thing happened. We've already taken your tower. Here's what you could have won.
Yeah, the giant skeleton pull could have been dangerous because of its big body.
Yeah, but doesn't matter. Just a couple of hits there. And then loads up instantly. Lumberjack, Musketeer, and the balloon. Look at that. The arrows come in, raged up. There's the zap, 1 hit. And that was where FUV Gaming started to realize that they had the pressure. They had the way to just destroy those skeleton dragons. And right there, the giant skeleton eats the hunter shots. And it still sneaks through.
Yeah, Cage pushing it to the side. The hunter, when it's locked on, it doesn't move unless it goes out of range following it. Yeah, when the pellets are spread apart, it's a lot less damage, of course, onto the balloon.
It is considerably less. And I mean, even then, I think the giant skeleton ate 1 set of hits. I think the balloon ate 1 hit. Then it was the giant skeleton because the balloon moved behind the giant skeleton. And then it goes into tower.
Did it?
I don't think the giant skeleton ate 2 full hits because it was already kind of low. I think it would have gone down.
Yeah, but balloon damage was enough.
Yeah.
It already had the balloon damage to begin with. So FUV really pushing through with those balloons.
But now, it's King of the Hill. Are we going to see Hajime perform the way he did the first game he played, or are we going to see him perform the same way he did in the second one, where it was, I believe, just a loss? Let me just double check that. Yeah, it was just a loss. So he all killed WEDGM and then lost to Nuri.
The on-screen player standings only with 100%. 2 wins and 3 wins all over the board. We have a lot of players this season, a lot more players this season in lots of rosters. And you would expect these 3 on the left with the numbers to play again.
Yeah, Hajime, Jack, and Expo Master. It is going to be Hajime out first. Who are we going to see from TTG? Who's going to start is basically the question we need to ask. Who's going to be the first player out the gate for them? Because they don't have many options, because the team is incredibly small.
Yeah, the least amount you can have.
It is going to be Boss. All right, the American player Boss. I'm sure a lot of people out there are rooting for this guy. Did pretty well in week 1 when he played. He did take out Mugi and then lost to Yakitori, which is fine. Boss, the lights are on outside. Okay. It's already that time.
I don't know. I don't know if it's in... If he's in East Coast, I'm pretty sure it's about
that's
like
the
7
morning.
a.m.
That's
yeah,
the morning
a.m.
light breaking through the window. Okay. And don't forget, he is playing in No Tilt West as well. And he's still in that tournament, just about scraped through, but he's still in it, which does extend his days considerably. Now he's playing 7 o'clock in the morning, and he has to play, I think, later today. I think it's in 12 hours.
You can sleep anytime.
Sleep is for the weak.
Sleepy
and I am very weak.
I know. During the week, too. You get that power back in the weekends for CRL.
It's true. It's not far from the truth. Okay, so it is going to be Hajime against Boss. Hajime played a lot of Graveyard. That did him pretty well in his first all-kill. Did finish off with the Royal Giant in that one. and then his graveyard play in the second week didn't quite hit the mark. Boss did win with the Royal Giant Hunter deck, did lose with the Lava Hound Barbarian deck with that Night Witch Flying Machine Skeleton Dragon. So see what they're gonna bring now. Heal Spirit Snowball, are you thinking it's
Balloon?
Balloon? RG?
No, don't really see RG combination combined with Snowball too much.
Okay, Royal Recruits. Alright, Barb Barrel and Ice Wizard.
Maybe
Boss is probably thinking it's gonna be
the Ice Graveyard.
Yeah, I was gonna say Graveyard.
With the Tornado. So Boss slightly thinking that, okay, with the Tornado, it's gonna be a hard time with the Balloon, and King Tower activation might just have to come down.
Alright, that Musketeer is gonna get erased off the board. Just a little bit of damage for Boss there. Elixir almost tied up. Hajime is one down. Boss does have a little bit of a lead at this point. Snowball into tower. Barb Barrel to delete that. Okay, Royal Recruits played right at
Takes two shots from the Barbarian, but he's okay. He wants to have one setup, but where does he go? Does he just focus on the left, which is predictable?
Fisherman again in here. There's the Balloon going on the right-hand side here. It's going to go into that cage, but I don't know what Hajime has for the extra bit of air defense. The NATO is there. The minions do come in, and that's going to clean up that little bit. Baby Dragon is going to get a hit in there. Couple of hits in. Hajime taking a 300 hit point lead at this point in the game.
Yeah, did not take any balloon damage into the Princess Tower, so Hajime is okay with that King Tower activation. Now, the Graveyard. How much damage can he actually pull out?
Just a couple hundred with the poison as well, so that's mostly poison damage.
Yes, so not really too much, with just the Barb Barrel, the body going across the bridge.
Alright, Boss has to try and find that avenue to get that balloon through, but with the Tornado, as you mentioned, with the Ice Wizard as well, with the Goblin Cage, it does make it incredibly difficult to get that balloon through. So he puts the balloon on the far left, expecting the Lumberjack to go down relatively soon for that rage, and there it is. It's raged up, but the slow from the Ice Wizard does definitely slow down. The Fisherman actually tried to open up that little bit more space, and that balloon was incredibly close to get to that tower. Just the death damage coming through.
Yeah, connecting that balloon when there's Cage and Tornadoes this much slow from Hajime, it's going to be near impossible. Death damage is what you're really looking for. That's why Boss is trying left and right. Potentially looking for possibly a mistake from Hajime on wrong lead.
Yeah, that definitely was close though. The Fisherman trying to save the day against the Ice Wizard. That's a big heal spirit though. With the rage, that's a balloon connection. Ooh. Oh my!
Almost.
How is that not a balloon connection?
I mean, that skeleton in the balloon must have been asleep, man.
That death damage bomb was halfway in the tower.
With that much travel time in the air, you can fall asleep.
Okay, well, the Baby Dragon does get a big connection. 1558 on that top left for Boss. Boss trying to find a way through. It looked as though that was going to be it. But unfortunately, just in the nick of time, Hajime defeats that balloon. It closes it down ever so slightly. The Ice Wiz is going to slow all this down. The Tornado is going to make it even harder. Heal Spirit's going to try, but it's a little bit too late.
Just when the Heal Spirit provides that heal. Now time for Hajime to counterattack with that Graveyard Poison on his own.
Couple of scratches in that back end there. 114, 107. That's a lot of damage Boss has taken there. So he loads up Lumberjack, Loon. The balloon isn't pulled by the Goblin Cage this time round. It is going to get raged up. The Tornado is there to pull it into that cage. And I think it's going to find it difficult to ever get through.
Yeah, triple elixir time. Cage can come down anytime. You can have 2-3 Ice Wizard. The Tornado can pop back up. The time for Hajime to just keep on scratching, doing the damage with the poison. And I think he's got it. 10 seconds left.
Yeah, I think this is it, unless this is a massive balloon connection, which is probably very unlikely, especially with that Goblin Cage played there. Boss played amicably, he played honorably, but unfortunately, Hajime's defense was just a little bit too strong, and his offense was just on point. So Hajime takes it against Boss here.
Unless Hajime has a massive counter deck, he's a very passive player, I would say. Very passive defense, near perfect defense player. But he gets that through. Make sure he does some damage when there's an opening. He can surely play. Yeah, not just as the first player from Fob Gaming. I think he's gonna grab a lot of wins this season.
I definitely think so. He already got one whole kill. Maybe he can start a second here today. That one balloon from Boss that almost broke through could have changed it for him here. It could have really changed that game around. But unfortunately, it just was not enough. Oh, you got to feel for it. It's a hard matchup playing balloon against the graveyard.
Yeah, the ice graveyard. I think this the ice NATO graveyard.
It's a counter. Like with the balloon, with the balloon, you know your opponent's going to bring the balloon. The ice NATO version is just real strong.
Last week, no, but this week with this many hogs and some rams, lots of charging units, and also the balloon with the recruits, I think, yeah, the ice graveyard is the safe pick to go for this weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, once that's done, look at that, one hero skeleton at the back, couple of hero skeletons there. Just finish that tower up, and Boss does take an L. Hajime does get that one victory in here. Okay, if you're TTG, you have a choice of 3 players, but Huyi is very much 2v2 player, so let's say realistically 2. Who do you put out next? Nuamisa?
Oi, Famous Kid, Nuamisa. I think they all get a chance. If it's, I remember, was it Boss, Famous Kid, Nuamisa before? I believe so.
No, I think Famous Kid started that one.
And then was it Boss second?
Yeah, and then Boss won one, then lost one, and then
Nuamisa finishing.
Nuamisa finished. Yeah, yeah, because Famous Kid lost to Mugi, Boss beat Mugi, lost to Yakitori, Nuamisa beat Yakitori and KK.
So to bring Hajime down, I think you need to either just go for those baits and draw out, look for maybe lacking in spells. Even if you have that tornado, I think baits are still okay. Just be careful if you're gonna activate the King Tower or not. Still, there are lots of minor combination with the Wall Breaker, which is actually doing a lot better in lots of tournaments right now compared to the graveyard decks. So there are lots of options open. What else are we missing? Like, we've seen some hogs, rams.
We've never seen Golem this season.
That's true.
Golem Night Witch.
Like, I'll give you time. I'll give you some time to have your tears.
It's fine. I don't play that anymore.
Now's the time, Simon, when the camera's off. Okay.
It is gonna be Famous Kid replacing Boss. Now, Famous Kid is pretty good at Balloon Cycle. However, Hajime has already shown that he's willing to play a deck that pretty much hard counters Balloon Cycle. So, is Hajime going to go for that same deck, thinking Famous Kid's going to be bringing the balloon, or is Hajime going to go for something different, assuming Famous Kid will play probably a graveyard?
You can go all the way back then, or go with Pekka-Rem, which is still out there. Some ladder players do like to play it all the way on the top. A better Ram is one of the weaker cards in the meta right now.
Okay. All right, and a quick shout. I think Hajime is going to play a graveyard deck with the Bar Pod.
The regular?
The regular, with the Royal Delivery and Poison, which is what he played second the first week that he all killed. Because he played...
the 3.9, yes.
Yeah. I don't know what Famous Kid's going to bring, though. Famous Kid did play RG last week. He played it with the Skeleton Dragons and Log Fireball with the spells. So it's going to be interesting to see what he's going to bring this week and if he can get the W for TTG. Famous Kid will be in red at the top of your screen, and Hajime is in blue at the bottom.
Let's see. Motor cycle.
Motor is definitely back with a vengeance right now.
Yeah, motor bait. Skeleton Barrel has been powerful.
Alright, Heal Spirit does come down. One Spear Goblin does get a connection in there. But nothing too dangerous right now for Famous Kid, and Night Witch played at the back. It's going to be Giant Night Witch Graveyard for Famous Kid. We haven't seen this deck this season.
Yeah, I believe the first Giant.
This season? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
you can still spam this in the bridge. I think Famous Kid wants to use that miner, but look at that heal, and the Fisherman now does connect. Log pushing it back, but still.
A couple of back connections. Famous Kid getting work done with that deck there. Getting that push did work, but unfortunately nothing to deal with these guys.
And those spears
really do hurt.
I wonder if stacked up like that. Yes.
Is it gonna be Graveyard in the back of this? It seems.
No, I think just Giant Miner push.
Yeah,
with the
I was thinking perhaps Graveyard could be in this deck, but with the Miner, it's gonna be rough.
Yes. Without the Night Witch, I would say there was some Cannon Card decks with the Giant. Let's see what else the Famous Kid is holding behind the back.
Skeleton Barrel does come in. Fisherman there to pull the Musketeer into the center. E-Wiz does come down on top of the Skeletons. Both players playing kind of passive right now, just trying to feel out things. Here is the start of an aggressive push. Fireball does come down, and that Night Witch is gone. So this is going to be Giant alone crossing the bridge. Mortar is played. Heal Spirit doesn't even get to pop off. Just got deleted by the Spear Goblins.
He was all the way in the back, trying to eliminate some death damage from the Skeleton Barrel. Nicely done by Famous Kid, but Fireball with value, but double that Giant in the front.
Yeah, the Night Witch is down, but that's a lot of bats that come through. Bats are not as good as they used to be, but when you have a big body like that Giant in front, getting one big hand fist, two big hand fists, three big hand fists, it's going to keep going. Is it going to be able to take the tower? What hero bat? There's a fireball. That finishes it off. Famous Kid takes out Hajime. And the Mortar deck is back in fashion, but that Giant Night Witch Miner deck, I haven't seen much of that. I'll be interested to see when this deck first appeared, because the last time I said the deck was brand new, turned out it had been played a couple months before.
I've seen exactly the same, but with a Cannon Card instead of the Night Witch.
Yeah.
But a great shake up with those bats, making sure there are not that many zaps unless you are going against like a lava deck. Because of how many Bar Barrel and the logs are out there, you can face against Snowball, but a lot less in chance. A good deck choice from Famous Kid. Yeah, this setup all the way from the back, double Giant push.
Yeah, the Fireball and the log was enough to clean out the back, but
yeah, the bats.
All that did is put bats in the air.
Yeah, so Hajime wanted to have that death damage to get those bats, but the Giant already reached the tower.
One of the bats survived, and look at that. The little...
Oh, there was one of the bats
there
too.
Was one of the bats, one of the little winged rats above the Giant's head managed to get quite a few good hits in and take out that tower. So Hajime has fallen. Famous Kid gets his first W of the season. He was taken out by Mugi in last week's game.
Yeah, that's a cool deck. I do want to try that deck. We don't really see that Giant push too much.
I mean, last season we did see quite a few weeks with the Giant Night Witch Graveyard deck. I haven't seen the Giant Night Witch Miner deck in quite a while.
It's been a while since we saw a Giant Double Prince deck.
Oh, that's
a long time ago. We've seen it once last season, just one time, and I believe Yeah, to have it right written down exactly right here. May. It's back in May 2020.
All right, it is going to be Jack replacing Hajime. Jack has not had the greatest run of form lately. He lost 2-0 to Nuri last week. Actually, overall last week, he lost to Nuri 3 times. He lost once in the King of the Hill and twice in the 1v1. He did manage to beat Haruki, but Haruki doesn't exactly have the greatest of records at this point of the season. Famous Kid, again, 1-1 right now, doing pretty well.
Let's see if he still tries that giant deck once again. I don't think playing it back-to-back is going to help him too much when he's facing a different opponent.
What are you going to expect Jack to bring? I'm thinking he might actually bring that mortar deck again. The same one that Hajime just played. I feel like he might try and play that again. He could go...
You think so?
It's possible. He could go for EQ, the EQ Hog Rider deck. That's definitely something in his style, right? Like quick cycle deck. The Famous Kid, maybe Balloon? Maybe...
I think Balloon's a good shout. Let's see, Jack. He can... And then he... When we expected a Hog, he switched it up to Ram Rider a couple of times. Let's see what they bring, though. Game 2, King of the Hill.
And we'll soon be in this one. Fav, Jack in blue at the bottom of the screen. Famous Kid in red at the top for TTG. Let's see who can take the victory in this one.
Ooh, Jack not throwing out that Goblin on Fire emote.
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
See? Signature emote, man.
This is fine.
Snowball. Hog Rider on your own?
I mean, right now we're just going to get another probably minute of this where just kind of chilling out. CRL #1 in the background.
That's right. I always have that as an emote. And then...
I never use it.
What? And
I think it, but I never use it. I don't emote. The only emotes I do are the dab emotes.
I only emote in 2v2. Well, Jack, I think...
Did he
ever play? Do you remember him playing Golem at all?
Jack?
Uh-huh. I know, you know, KK played Golem a few times. Kensumeshi, certainly yes.
I'm trying to think. I don't think he did. Whenever he waited this long, I think it was usually
He's
RG.
never... Yeah, he's never a beatdown player. He's mostly just cycle push. Not even baits, lots of charging units. Like Hog Rider, Ram Rider, Wall Breaker, those cycles.
I don't think he'll be bringing that. There have been a few times where he's got down to this double elixir period where he did bring a cycle deck and ended up losing because his opponent was just too heavy.
And then just the lava. Is it giant double prince?
No, it can't be.
It can't be, right?
It's possible. I think it might be Balloon. Okay. There's the Barb Hut coming down for Jack. Looking like it's probably going to be Graveyard, perhaps? There we go. Graveyard played on the left-hand side. Famous Kid loading up with a Night Witch and that Giant again, but taking a lot of damage from Jack's Graveyard, and it's still coming in. 926 remains on Famous Kid's top left tower.
And this time the Giant, the Barbarian Hut, is a good building against the Giant when it's slow. The Barbs are going to be doing tons of damage all the time, each slash.
And even more damage coming from this poison to just compound the problems that Famous Kid has trying to defend this tower. The Dark Prince does fall. There's 2 Barbs on.
The Barbs!
And I think that's it. Tower down. Jack takes a victory against Famous Kid. And talking about a Night Witch Giant Graveyard deck, Famous Kid brings it, but never quite pulled the trigger quick enough on his Graveyard. Unfortunately for Famous Kid, he does go down. Jack takes a W, and it is down, I believe, I'm going to say, once again, to Nuamisa to get 2 wins to bring the W home for his team.
Yeah, I'm also think you're right on Nuamisa as the last player for TTG, but props to Famous Kid trying something else. Oh, arrows. Oh, interesting deck with his Great Giant Graveyard.
Well, arrows and Snowball will take out a Skeleton Dragon. Same as a Fireball. But also quite a few things. But yeah, this graveyard just did way too much damage. No Elixir there to try and defend again.
Jack always catching Musketeer with that poison, and the Night Witch with that poison on top of the graveyard.
Yeah. I mean, Famous Kid just could not defend these graveyards at all. Arrows probably would have been a bit iffy, a little bit of overkill.
Yeah, and Arrow, you're really looking for like that one single timing where Arrow is supposed to grab all the units and make sure your own graveyard is doing the damage along with a giant locking onto the Princess Tower. He had his chance, but already too much damage done by Jack. They both had reasons to wait for that minute mark, and I think, yeah, not a bad choice, but Jack just found the early opening there.
He did indeed. Okay, it is going to be Nuamisa coming in game 4. Very similar to what happened in TTG's last game, where the first person in King of the Hill lost. The second person won 1, lost 1, and it is down to Nuamisa to finish it up. The only difference is they didn't win the 2v2 this time round. So if Nuamisa can win game 4 and game 5, it will take us to set 3 1v1. If we get that far, if Jack beats Nuamisa here, it is good night, time to go home, because it will all be over, and Fav Gaming will take a well-deserved, I would say at this point, victory against TTG.
Yeah, you're right. Nuamisa can have a big comeback. He's the type of player with that much potential. Let's see if Jack was a graveyard, but we know his style, and Nuamisa can have a good read against it. Like, even yesterday, we had that Hog matchup against the Ram Rider, which actually ended up being a Hog win. But those are the matchups that we're expecting to come out from Jack and Nuamisa. Or maybe just those Royal Hog decks.
Could be a balloon masterclass from these two.
What else are we forgetting? Okay, we had the giant
Elixir Golem from Nuamisa.
We had Elixir Golem already.
I know, but that could be possible.
Giant Sparky.
We haven't seen Giant Sparky in nearly forever, though. Like, Goblin Giant Sparky is just that much better, I think, than Giant Sparky. So I don't think we're going to see that.
Yeah, we had nearly the same version of what Famous Kid just played, but instead of a Night Witch, it's a Sparky with Arrow Zap. Remember Expo Master playing that last season?
I do not remember that whatsoever. Okay, it is going to be Fav Jack taking on TTG's Nuamisa in game 4 of this King of the Hill. Jack wins this, it is over. Fav Gaming go home as victors. If Nuamisa wins, it goes down to a game 5 King of the Hill.
Minor wall breaker cycle.
TTG really favoring this Night Witch recently. That's the last 3 games we've seen from TTG, 2 from Famous Kid and now Nuamisa with that Night Witch. Even with the bat change, like, I wasn't gonna expect that at all. Breakers going down the right for Jack, and nothing to defend. Ooh, one does get the hit, and the tornado actually kills the other. Nuamisa tried to get that King Tower activation, but unfortunately just could not get it done.
Yeah, there are some Night Witch graveyard decks, some with MK, some without MK.
It's here.
The first golem of the season.
Feels like. I think it was played once last week. but I don't really remember. 2v2. I don't know. Okay, here we go. Night Witch, Golem. Is he going to be carrying lightning with this? Most likely, right? There it is. It is the lightning variant of this deck. The standard version for most
classic.
people. The bats are going to get a couple scratches in here, but oh! The bats got nothing.
It's not like the old bats.
I know.
We missed the old bats, man.
Especially as a Night Witch player. Okay. All right, so this is going to just get clogged up at the bridge. And then that barb is not going to get to the tower.
And then, if you compare the cycle.
Nothing to pull those. Oh, the tornado's there. No connection. Okay, this is where he's going to load up on the Golem. The Golem in the back, not at the bridge, which opens up a window for Jack to go all in on this left-hand side. Miner does come down. Wall breakers on the right, especially with that Ice Wiz already concerned with the Musketeer, but they get shut down by that Barb Barrel.
Just making sure that Yomitsu can't stack everything behind that Golem. Wasting some elixirs on the left instead of the right.
No death damage from the first split, but that Baby Dragon is going to be pulled by the Skeleton into the Musketeer. So just the Golemite death damage on Jack's tower. And on the left-hand side, we see a minor wall breaker push. And Nuamisa pulls the tornado pulls the miner with the tornado.
Activates the King Tower, but is it really worth it now? Nuamisa even having that Night Witch on the left. Is it considering switching to the left now?
Let's see. Okay, the miner. It is going to make the miner's life a little bit more difficult. But it's interesting that Nuamisa decides to switch lanes and just eat 2 wall breaker shots.
He eats the 2, and he wants to finish it with this attack, basically.
With only a minute 30 left, he is going to be able to load up another Golem after this, most likely. The miner comes in on the right-hand side. Fireball comes down from Jack.
What a fireball.
But again, that bomb tower is just doing too much.
And that Golem push did nothing on the left.
Oh, one more Golem push. Okay, one more Barb hit is actually super crucial at this point. There's a fireball. Misses the Night Witch. Okay.
Just by less, like 1/10 of an inch there.
But Nuamisa just needs a couple of hits in on this push to be able to win this in the overtime if it doesn't win already. Oh, the bomb tower. Great placement. 8:15 remain. That Golem is going to get the death damage.
Death damage gets that in. The bats on the tower. And Nuamisa takes the game away from Jack.
32 seconds remain. Once it gets to that triple elixir time, the Golem just has a much easier time. Double time was looking very touch and go though for Nuamisa. It looked like a couple of those big pushes were going to take out the game. He did decide to eat those wall breaker shots. Not sure why he started to push on the left-hand side. But once that failed, he just went, okay, well, I've already done damage on the right. Let's go down there.
I think he wanted to eliminate options for Jack as Jack started to push minor wall breakers on the left to sort of even it out. And if he gets a secondary option on the left-hand side, then Jack can have, by psychology, he can have secondary winning options. And Nuamisa did not want that to happen. And before that moment, activating the King Tower, I think that was crucial. Yeah, that fireball.
Missing the Night Witch was important, yeah. Missing the Night Witch actually turned the game.
Yeah, because the Knight was supposed to take care of the Night Witch early on.
And it would have if it wasn't for that missed fireball. That log would have taken it out too. And I mean, at this point, she's already generated 6 bats. She generates 4 more when she pops. Fireball completely misses the bats, and that is murder, she wrote.
Golem,
good to see.
100%.
100% win record, mate. Always 100%. This is my Rocky boy. As I said, I don't really play it much anymore. I've moved on in my life.
Only 3 years of your life.
Yep, 3 years of playing Golem, and now I've moved on.
But isn't it still there in your heart?
My heart is made of stone. Okay. So if you are Fav Gaming, at this point you're going to throw in most likely Expo Master in this last slot, but Kentsumeshi didn't play earlier.
Yeah, maybe that's a plan. I think there's a chance for Kentsumeshi, but Expo still, I would say like 7-3, maybe 8-2.
8-2. I'd say 80%
for Expo Master to pop up.
Yeah.
Yes.
80% chance for Expo Master, I'd say. Of course, we could always see Kitashian in that slot. That would be even rarer, I believe.
Kitashian usually, if he was playing King of the Hill, was in that middle spot, doing the bridge roll.
It was basically back in the time where they didn't have a third super strong 1v1 player, where it was either Kentsumeshi or Kitashian in that slot with Jack and Expo Master. But to finish it off, it is going to be Expo Master. Expo Master now has the chance to close this out for Fav Gaming, but Nuomisa stands in his way. Has already taken out Jack, who did what was needed of him. He got the 1 win. Hajime got 1 win, 1 loss. Jack got 1 win, 1 loss. Expo Master needs that win to even things out. But on the other side, Famous Kid got 1 win. Boss didn't win this week, but then Nuomisa does get that 1 W. Is he going to be able to get a second in Game 5? What are you expecting to see out of these two?
Can't really tell. Especially Expo Master has been leaning towards that those bait decks, but he does customize a lot, especially with his Princess or the Bandit, or sometimes even the Royal Hog. Some Expos Expo is always a potential, but he hasn't really been playing that Expo deck for a long time now.
Feels like forever.
Yes, and there was some moments where he would bring Magic Archer with the Mega Knight, and I think Wall Breakers is still a very good cycle. Yeah, you gotta even it out. Perfect.
Sure. You don't want to look lopsided when you're in the big stage. Okay, Expo Master versus Nuomisa. It's gonna be a close one. I really can't see Nuomisa walking away with this one in a commanding fashion. I think it's gonna be tight.
Yeah, unless he brings a golem again.
And then Expo Master walks all over him. Is that what you're thinking? Is that what you're gonna say, G-Cliff? Because what I'm gonna say is Expo Master is in blue at the bottom and Nuomisa is in red at the top. It might come down to this. If Expo Master wins it, Fav Gaming take match 12 of this tournament. If Nuomisa wins, we do go down to set 3. We do go down to a 1v1 situation. Both players waiting this one out. Is Nuomisa going to be waiting for that double Elixir period to drop down another Golem deck?
I'll be real surprised if there's another Golem. I'll be even more surprised if Expo Master drops anything heavy like that. Like, Lava is okay.
He could drop a... He could be playing Goblin Giant Sparky. He has played it a few times.
That was pretty common in the previous season.
Very common. Mainly because of Royal Hogs as well. It was just before the Elixir Golem, I feel.
It was at the same time of Elixir Golem. That's why the Sparky was actually popular.
Actually, it might be.
Yeah.
It was towards the end of...
It was right after the Battle Healer came out. Or just a month after, month or two. So,
intended.
Yeah, that combination is almost gone, but we've seen it today. So, feel guilty at the same time.
Yeah. Gerald bringing it out twice.
He was punished. Yeah, he was punished with the rocket.
In the second one, yeah. He deserved it.
So what are we waiting for?
There's going to be 15 seconds.
And
usually the first card comes down about now. Oh.
No, you said it after.
No, come on. I had to finish my sentence.
No, you were dragging it until you see that barrel.
No,
you saw a few frames on the screen.
I wasn't even looking at the screen. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know your reaction time is not that fast.
Okay, so
all right,
Skeleton Dragons down for Expo Master split at the back.
Hey, it is Ice Wizard Baby Dragon, but with the cage knight this time. So Tornado Graveyard seems to be what Nuamitsu has. Expo Master, new balloon.
Yep. Oh no,
Royale with the Fisherman this time.
And that's actually going to get quite a bit of damage in here. I don't think Nuamitsu there is a tornado, but there's still 3 hogs on the tower. And that tower is down to 1399. There is 10 seconds left of regulation period. Poison, defensive poison for Expo Master is good. It's stopping most of those skeleton hits from coming in. Just a bit of poison damage. Maybe a bit of splash right there. But no doing. One more hit comes in. 2217 remaining on Expo's bottom right. And has a pretty commanding lead right now. As this goes on, especially with the King Tower activated, I feel as though Nuamitsu might have an advantage the later this goes.
Have to see, he can take it down with the poison, but with only the cage Expo, I think he can find a lot of holes, especially with no fireball. There's tornado, but without a fireball, the hogs are going to get scratches. Even with Fisherman landing on few hits, down to 3 digits now.
Yeah, and this graveyard needs to be big for Nuamitsu, otherwise he might be going home with a loss against Expo Master. Some decent damage coming in. Expo Master choosing not to poison it. Decides to go for this big.
I think he wants to go aggressive and chip it down. Yes, exactly. Expo Master offensive poison plus the hogs doing no damage there, but still.
Yeah, an interesting way to break your cycle for Expo Master, going a little bit too aggressive, and that might come back to bite him as this tornado is good. The back is getting hit by a couple of skeletons. 635, 612.
Back in this game, less than 100 apart. Hogs going to the cage. Another poison comes down.
It was going also right for Expo Master. He decides to change his cycle ever so slightly, and that might actually cost him this game. We're gonna have to see. There is the graveyard.
25 seconds. The units crossing in the hogs on a race. They want to finish the game right now, and Nuamitsu with that last tick from the poison plus the skeletons. He comes back in the triple elixir time, and we are finally going to that set 3.
Yeah, as time went on, Nuamitsu's chance of winning got higher and higher. But Expo Master changed his own cycle towards the end of that, and it just never clicked after that change. He held on to the poison. He was dropping hogs down every time the goblin cage went down. He changed that, and then the royal hogs were going into the cages. And that change seemed a bit wrong.
Do you think he rushed a little bit?
I think he was pressed. I actually do, yeah. I think he might have been trying to rush. He might have had the blood in his eyes. He might have seen the end of this game and tried to push a little too hard. He overextended.
I think that tornado was really big. Nuamitsu just timing perfectly, grabbing everything, even the barbarian after the barrel.
And I mean, it was over here. It's just, yeah. I feel like he was pushing a little bit too hard, was Expo Master. And yeah, that graveyard just finished it up with the poison. And that finishes King of the Hill and does take us to the 1v1.
Then you would guess, is it time for Hajime to just go on that step and sit down on that big chair and go for that 1v1?
I think...
Not yet?
I don't think yet. In terms of 1v1, so far they have gone for Expo Master against Hire, who won that game 2-1. They went for Jack against Nuri, who lost 0-2. That was at the start of Nuri's kind of resurgence. That was also a Sunday game. Team Timing can only win on Sundays. But we've got to see who it's going to be. You could be right. It could be Hajime. But I think it might be a little bit too early to have Hajime in that 1v1 seat.
Well, we had CRS today. I mean, anything can happen totally.
And how did that work out?
moving on.
CRS did really well. It was a really tight game, but it didn't work out. But then, I mean, yeah.
The rest of the games were okay. From TTG, very likely a Nuomitsu. And I would say second potential would be Boss.
Yep.
Just 1v1 from, I believe, 1v1 games only, not counting the King of the Hill.
Yeah, not counting King of the Hill. So Expo Master was 2-1 against Higher. Yeah, so it's only in this. That's why nobody has any data.
Yes. So I wish, yeah, at the first week or two, maybe we can skip these pages. because it doesn't really mean much, you know? Just 1, 2. Maybe starting from like week 3.
Week 4. Let's start at week 10.
Like day 2, week 3.
Week 10.
There's no week 10. Maybe in playoffs.
All right, Expo Master is up for Fav Gaming. Who is he going to be against? You'd say Nuomitsu, right? Because he's there. Granzord is there. It is Nuomitsu. If you don't know who Granzord is the coach, I believe, for TTG.
He is, and
played with Hui.
Long time ago. X-Quest?
Yes,
I
you're
believe.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Glad I remember things.
So Granzord bringing back his old 2v2 partner into the game. He did take a break. That's why we generally don't see him. I think he's more of a 2v2 player than a 1v1 player right now. But it is going to be Expo Master against Nuomitsu, who is going to take this one here.
Let's see.
We've already seen
Set
Golem
3
today.
So I'd say very different in playstyle and also the deck choice. A lot more towards the beatdown, heavier decks for Nuomitsu and Expo Master. Cycle seems to be the charm. And again, just the graveyard from Nuomitsu. Or Expo can also have the Ice Tornado.
Royal Hogs from Nuomitsu into that Barb Hut right there. Everything's just gonna go down. The Skeleton Dragons are down. As Dragons exchange blows over the river.
Even with the baby dragon still graveyard. Yeah, the heavier version of graveyard can totally happen.
Another Barb Hut down, this time from Nuomitsu.
Yeah, maybe even with the delivery from Expo Master. Let's see what the other spell choices are going to be. So many barbs.
There's barbs absolutely everywhere. The Royal Hogs come in on that right-hand side. The Heal Spirit is there. It's not going to get much healing. It's mainly there for a little bit of extra damage and a bit of cycle control from Expo Master. Does eat about 600-700 damage.
Yeah, not the worst, but that's still painful. Always stack up at the end of the game. But what else did he have so that he only used the Barbarian Barrel there with the baby dragon?
I'm gonna guess it's graveyard from Expo Master.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like it with this much delay. It should be graveyard.
If it was delivery, I think that was a good time to actually use it. So graveyard poison. And the hot fight all the way from the back from Nuomitsu.
Expecting a graveyard with that positioning. Expecting Expo Master to put the graveyard down on the side where the barbs are going instead of the opposite side.
Yeah, so I thought Expo Master was going to pressure left, but loads up Baby Dragon on the right though.
Heal Spirits doing what Heal Spirits do best, and that is heal stuff up. Another Barb Hook coming down from Nuomitsu. And it's looking like it's going a little bit wrong for Expo Master. You can't really find that timing, but there is plenty of time and plenty of HP to play with at this point.
There's that poison, grabbing Musketeer, plus all those Barbarians on top. Oh, but the Heal Spirit healing up about 5 units there from Yomitsu and the Hogs on the left.
Yeah, the Hogs on the left are actually going to town. Only the Knight to try and help. The Musketeer finally joins the fight, but they are getting a ton of damage. 54 remain. And Nuomisa now just trying to shore up his defenses against any possible graveyard that can come down.
Because he also sensed that it could always happen on the left.
Should be coming down on the right. No, he needs to defend. Beautiful play by Nuomisa, just applying pressure everywhere.
I know Expo Master really have that room to have a massive graveyard chance. Here it is, his first graveyard of the game.
There's Heal Spirit. Musketeer is there, a offensive poison from Expo Master, but everything is just shut down, and that is a healed up Baby Dragon for a few more hits, so that's a shining light for Expo Master, even though that push was shut down really quickly.
Oh, but the Royal Hogs at the bottom does about 400-500 damage, bringing it down to 1,005.
Nuomisa is just controlling this game right now. Their Barb Hood is in the back. Skeleton's there to try and help out the defense. Barb Barrel comes in as well. The offensive poison is there. It is good, but the Barbs are just doing so much work.
Trying to eliminate damage, but about more than 700 already from Yomitsu. Trying to have that spell down with 2 more fireballs. Yeah, Expo Master, this might be the last push with the graveyard. Let's lock onto the Knight. No poison yet, but that HUD is removing damage. Defensive Skeleton. I think Yomitsu got this game. He does grab the first win in set 3.
Good stuff from Nuomisa. Controlling that game as well as he did. He was forcing Expo Master to make a choice. You either defend my Royal Hogs or you play that graveyard. And Expo Master chose to defend, and then realized, I have no offense. I am not doing damage. I need to try and get aggressive. And it just never worked. Nuomisa was just able to absorb all that pressure.
This combination, not the most common graveyard that we see with the Barb Hut. Of course, the common combination is with the Skeleton Dragon instead, or it's a sort of a mix, or we go back and bring out that Ice Wizard with the Tornado. But it was a rough matchup for Expo Master. He was trying to poison down the Musketeer, worked many times, but sometimes the Heal Spirit from Nuomisa was too powerful, and when there was no Barb Hut, the Royal Hog just getting a free pass into the Princess Tower.
And without much there to kind of stop them in their tracks, I mean, it was over at this point. One Hog turns around, finishes it off. That was that. What is Expo Master going to bring this time round in game 2? If
Hog
he
Rider
loses,
with the Bomb Tower.
Bomb Tower EQ? I can see it. If he loses here, Valve Gaming do go 1 and 2. TTG will go 2 and 0. Worth noting, TTG can go 2 and 0 after today, but Nuomisa will have to win one more game, and that's no easy feat against Expo Master.
We thought less graveyard, but towards the end of the day, we're seeing a lot more graveyard totally compared to yesterday. So you can still play a similar type. Some graveyard with the Bomb Tower, or instead of the Knight, you can just have a Dark Knight. A Dark Prince, I mean.
I was going to say, oh my goodness.
I said too many Knights today.
All right, what are we going to see coming up here? Balloon? We haven't seen a balloon in 1v1 so far this evening, I believe.
With the Royal Recruit, it was paired up with Royal Hogs once.
Expo?
Is it time?
I think
to pull out that ultimate weapon?
I think Mortar is more likely, though.
Yeah,
we've seen quite a lot of Mortar tonight, which is really weird.
Because it goes well against Graveyard.
Yeah. But I mean, we just it's just so weird seeing it back in the meta after being away for what feels like a lifetime of Clash Royale. It's just
if you take out Benzer from the equation, yes. And very few of the West players out there too.
Very, very few. All right, well, this is about to get underway as we go into Fab Gaming's Expo Master versus TTG's Nuamisu. Expo Master has to win this one to keep Fab Gaming's day alive, to keep them in this match. Nuamisu can close it out with just one more victory. Who's going to be victorious? We're going to find out as soon as we can get into this game. Stop delaying. Just go, go, go. Come on, I want to see this. There's Expo Master for Fab.
Maybe Fab Gaming had a timeout there.
Someone had a timeout.
So let's see. There are some giant skeleton decks with Balloon, some with the Hog Rider.
Giant skeleton, you think? In 1v1?
Yes. Not as common, but...
All right, here we go, finally.
It's out there. And what do you bring? Miner.
Nice, good catch this time. Knowing exactly where it would be because it is in the safe spot.
Yeah, no bans. Means tornadoes are always allowed.
Even if it's not particularly common anymore in 1v1. It's still around in a couple of decks.
Nice. Is it just the wall breaker? Combination that we can see. There we go.
Both of those are going to go down.
And is it 3.5 graveyard with tornado from Nuamisu? It seems very likely it is going to be.
That miner is just enjoying life right now. 2-1-2-6 on that tower remaining, and a poison comes down. Oh no, Misa.
Still the baby dragon can get. Okay, has to drop the knight. Yeah, you do not want to take 3 baby dragon hits.
Wall breakers down the left-hand side. No bar barrel this time. Gonna just eats one again, and then one into the tower. We saw this before. Eating one and taking one to the king tower just to get that activation. Which does make life a little bit more difficult for Expo Master. On the other hand, it does kind of open up more minor positions because he hasn't got to worry about activating the tower anymore.
Well, your miner is going to be a lot weaker, of course.
There's occasionally a silver lining here and there, you know.
Oh, yes. So with the cage, locks one. And the perfect defense against the miner again. Nuamisu eliminating any type of damage that can come through before the double elixir. Now here we go. Yes, the knight is pretty much damaged. No graveyard this time from Nuamisu, waiting for that perfect chance of opportunity.
There are the wall breakers, the miner too. One gets a big connection.
Bomb tower just in case of roll hogs.
No, it's down for the bomb damage against the skeletons, I guess. And to deal more damage to the baby dragon when he gets closer in. Like that. Wall breakers loaded up on the left-hand side. Tornado will finish one. Doesn't finish the second, and Nuamisu eats another big wall breaker shot to the face.
Compared to the graveyard damage from Nuamisu, Expo Master has done a lot more in this trade.
Here we go again. The Goblin Cage is there to eat those shots, and the Brawler is there to try and just defend up. And this is a half-health Baby Dragon into a Musketeer. That's not going to work very well for Nuamisu. Going to get a couple of hits, though. There is still 1 minute and 50 remaining in this game.
Oh, that god-tier Musketeer just keeping up all the shots and the defensive poison.
Tornado is there. Is one going to get a connection? No, it is not.
Slow down from that ice whiz. That combo is just so good with the Tornado all the time. Nuamisu preparing another graveyard. Here we go with the Bar Barrel Plus.
One One scratch, just the one so far. Make that 2, 3, 4, 5,
Ooh, good spawns.
6. Yeah, very lucky spawns as well for Nuomisa with the poison damage as well. That's going to start to completely tick away. 6-9-4 against 9-3-5. Nuomisa can close out this match for his team.
About 240 away from the match. Win Expo Master, even
one
defensive poison plus skeletons on top. 2, 3.
Each individual skeleton hit is massive at this point. Nuomisa surely has the cage there. Yeah, it does. To finish that up, but the miner in the back actually getting a decent amount of damage. There is the offensive poison, and the graveyard is in. All he needs is a few hits, and I think Nuomisa's done it. There we have it. Nuomisa does take game 2 and closes out the match. TTG once again victorious, this time against Fav Gaming. TTG are now 2-0. Fav Gaming drop to 1-2.
So far, fan predictions and even the pro prediction of what's going to happen in the first few weeks in the regular season, it's totally going off.
No one was expecting TTG to be kind of this way. We were expecting them to be, as we said earlier, the dark horse. They're showing that maybe they should be involved in the running. Sure, Nova took AUK. Sure, they took, D-King. Doesn't matter. We got Boss. We got Famous Kid. Nuomisa is still here. And even though he had a poor special season, Nuomisa is playing out of his mind right now.
Yes. To be honest, Nuomisa did not have this much of an impression last season in his 1v1 play. But this seems like, he's not losing. He's not. If you're not losing in King of the Hill or 1v1,
you're winning, obviously.
You cannot lose the match.
All right, so
and these games has been really impressive.
There was a lot of good defense from Nuomisa. Once he kind of got the cycle back in, he did eat one too many wall breaker shots, but at that point, doesn't matter. 5 wins tonight, 2 losses from 2v2.
Yeah, he tried
5 crowns.
Wow.
Nuomisa is an absolute animal. In terms of King of the Hill, he is now currently 1, 2, 3, 4-0. In terms of 1v1, he is 2-0. In terms of just 1v1 play in general, that's 6-0 on game score. He is an absolute monster this season.
Yeah, in terms of his 1v1 only, he's up there. He's going to be on top with that number.
What do you do against him? Expo Master is considered one of the better players in the region, and Nuomisa just manhandled him.
I was really impressed from that game. Once he started that King Tower activation with the tornado, even after that, he kept on using the tornado to pull the wall breakers. And if you end up doing that, the King Tower activation is actually significantly weaker. Of course, there's the miner to lock those cannon shots down from the King Tower anyhow. But still, and then he thought, okay, why don't I just hold on to the tornado forever, keep that out of the cycle, and cage in for that wall breaker every single time. And that actually won him the game with the new cycle in the middle of the game like that.
Impress. He always had I felt like he always had a strong advantage. He always had a strong advantage, and it was looking like Expo Master was overcoming those odds. But as you said, once that cycle had changed, it was just a masterclass from Nuomisa.
Yeah, and for Expo Master, he couldn't really switch all the way to the right all of a sudden when there was always a push coming down with the Baby Dragon, Bar Barrel. It was going to be easier and a lot more elixir gain for Nuomisa if Expo started switching onto the right.
And
with
they
those
go
wall
same
breakers.
lane.
Yes. Yeah. So Expo Master was caught in many different types of traps on his own.
And the results for today, in an unexpected turn, Nova Esports lose 1-2 to Team Timing. Team Talon again surprised a lot of people by beating Kicks 2-0. And then the final game of the night, TTG take out Fav Gaming 2-1. Great day of games. Nova Esports now currently 2-1. TTG 2-0, Ponos 2-1, Talon 2-1, Team Timing 2-2, Fav 1-2, Kicks 1-2, WEDGM propping up the table at 0-3.
-4.
-11 in game differential.
That's
-11 in game differential. At this point in the season, that is low.
They're King of the Hill, I believe. They dropped a lot with not many wins.
All right,
maybe
so
close to 0 win.
next week it is going to be TTG, Nova, Ponos, Talon, Team Timing, WEDGM. TTG versus Nova should be an absolute slaughterfest. Top 1 and top 2 in the league right now, going head to head. And on Sunday, it is going to be Fab versus Kicks, Nova versus Ponos, and Talon take on TTG.
It's gonna be a great weekend next week too, as we're starting to see some teams going to top, some teams falling, but still only week 2. It's gonna be week 3 until week 9, and at week 9 we also have an extra day in week 9. It's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so that's gonna be another edition of games. So we still have a long season to go through.
Yep,
it's only the beginning, and things are getting interesting with 2 Korean teams end up with winning today.
Yeah, Nuri coming out of nowhere, like just bossing everyone. Like, what is going on? Talon getting a W.
Team Timing Talon.
Nova losing. That's the big thing I think we take away from today. Nova bleed. Nova were looking so strong yesterday and last week.
Oh,
they just looked like they were ready to come and dominate everyone. And they lost to Team Timing today. And that is a big result for Team Timing.
Yeah, triple T's. Team Timing Talon TTG today, man.
It's all on the T's. It's the Sunday T's.
It's happening, and let's see how far Team Timing goes on Sunday. Let's try to keep that track.
All right, but that is it from us tonight. Join us next Saturday as we play some more Clash Royale League East for you guys. We'll see you next time.